Yeah, should be going. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about sexism in online spaces. Specifically, the Eli Bee has inquired with me about coming onto my show and discussing her experience recently with the DGG community and some of the misogyny and sexism she observed in that space. So we're going to talk to her about it and see what that all entails. And we're also going to talk a little more generally about it as well, because I think it's a... So here's my thoughts. Okay. Bear with me. There are two common types of misogyny I see in these spaces. Okay. Two very common. Okay. The first is the traditional type of misogyny, right? Where you make fun of women are lesser, haha, women always lie, women are always gross, women can't do as good a job as men, etc., etc., etc. Being just weird to women in general. All that, yeah, it's common. I see it time to time. Traditional. There's a more kind of new age misogyny, though, that I see as well in these spaces. Almost more pernicious, in my opinion. Okay? It's the women can do no wrong. Women must be protected at all costs. Women must be believed all the time in every circumstances. Women are incapable of being liars and manipulators and bad actors, right? They must be coddled and protected and kept close to our hearts. Anyone who challenges them must be destroyed and is a misogynist. Yo, that's just misogyny repackaged. Let's be real, gang. That's just another form of misogyny. When you pedestal people like that and pretend that they can't do any wrong, that they're somehow not human, that's weird. That's weird to me. I don't... In both of these things, like the one thing both of these have in common is their preludes to being really creepy towards women in DMs. Both groups who behave like this, right? Whether you have the trad misogyny or the new age misogyny, both are going to enter women's DMs and be really, really creepy towards them. Really, really sexually weird towards them, right? That's what I've observed. But this is my take from the male perspective. Okay. So, grain of salt. Eli Bee hopefully is going to be here in a moment to give us her perspective. Let me DM her and see where she's at. I sent her the link. Yeah. She sent me a whole ass PDF file. Okay, gang? I got a document, a report, if you will. I looked that over. It wasn't very long. But yeah, it was has some of the tweets that we'll be going over, and just some of the experiences and things like that. So we'll see, right? We'll see. Thanks for being here, by the way, gang. Nice to see you all. Let's see. I don't want to scroll down too far. Where are my guests? That's a good question. We are waiting for the Eli Bee. We only have one guest today. No Cal Mike. The Eli Bee will be joining us, I hope soon. And hopefully we can talk about this. I'll send her another DM. On your way? Question mark? And no, I can't see you, unfortunately. Can't see any of you. Kamikaze says, worst case scenario, you can interview Stabby. I bet she'd love to bitch about men. I mean, if she wants, she's more than welcome on my show. Yeah, I might just be taking open callers if she's not here in the next 20 minutes or so. We'll give her a little time. There is this kind of like problem I have, though, right? because this whole situation seems kind of like a trap. What do I mean by that? So when women talk about their experiences in these spaces, right? There is this thing that happens. Whereas if you challenge them and you think, well, wait, did this actually happen? Is this really true? It is often, not always, but often turned against you as like, well, you look at you, you're just attacking a woman who's making a claim and talking about her experience. And so it's hard to even question sometimes, right? Especially in these online spaces where we dwell. It's hard to even question these things. You have to do it kind of with some tact, right? Or else you're just going to be accused of being a misogynist. That said, right? There are people who go the opposite route, who no matter how well verified or how well documented some experience is, they'll be like, "Oh, that's just crazy. You're just being a crazy woman, right? Or you're just simping for women." And yeah, so it feels like any move you make in this is going to get you gutted. But our guest's here, so let's bring him on. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, your audio's low. Can you turn it up on your end, please?
It might just be too far from the mic.
It got low. Turn it up a lot.
Turned it up a lot. I think I have it all the way up. And
let me try to turn you up
right mic.
as much as I can. Okay. Say a few things so we can make sure.
Yes, I'm talking to see if my mic is. Yeah, it's all the way up on my end.
I have you all the way up on mine. You're still a little low though. Audience, can you hear her fine? Like, how's the audio levels compared to us? Maybe you guys can hear it. Maybe I need to turn my volume up. So, iPrepBat says she hears you pretty well. How's the Twitch audio? She's lower. Let's see. Okay, say a couple things. I turned you up on the OBS.
I'm talking. I'm saying things. Can you hear me? I am talking.
This might be as good as we're gonna get. Unfortunately, I have you all the way up on the OBS. It is still low, but I don't know what else to do about that. But it is better. So.
Okay.
Do we get to see you today?
Yes. 1 second.
You might have to use your outside voice today, if that's okay.
Okay. I'm not a loud person, but I will do my best.
Appreciate it. Just so people can actually hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely the right mic. I don't know why it would be quiet.
Audio is tough. Look, I am not an audiophile by any means, nor am I very good at the text side of things, but apparently it is better. So.
Okay.
Now, once we get your camera on, we can start this shindig, kind of get into it, right?
Do this right. Okay.
Aha! Lighting's good. Everyone can see you. Looks good to me.
I'm using a terrible webcam, but that's where I'm at.
It is what it is. It is what it is. I think it's fine. Okay. Well, first of all, welcome. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, so far so good, but the day's just started. Still plenty of time for things to go terribly wrong. Let's find out, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm sure I can help with that.
Can you? We'll find out.
Probably.
Well, I guess let's start off by kind of talking about how we got here.
Yes.
So can, in your own words, kind of give the story of what the fuck happened? Like, why are you even here?
Yeah. So, where do I start? I guess what everyone wants to hear about assume is that I made a tweet that got a lot of people mad.
Well, let's
For
go back a little
variety of
further. Let's
reasons.
go back a little
Yeah,
further. What
yeah,
prompted you? And to be clear, for those of you who don't know, like the Eli Bee made a tweet that got a lot of attention, got a lot of feedback, even from Destiny, right? Destiny quote tweeted
yeah.
it and talked about misogyny and sexism in online spaces, right? Basically, and in
Mhm.
DGG specifically.
Yeah.
I have the tweet somewhere, but that's for later. Uh, if you have it up, if you want to read it, by all means, right?
Yeah. I said it actually kind of sucks that being a woman in certain spaces, DGG in parentheses, basically requires you to be willing to tolerate and be civil towards people who will openly advocate for you to be enslaved and forced to endure, in quotes, abuse and rape.
And that's it kind of blew up, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
what what caused you to want to make that tweet? Like what happened that you decided, hey, I'm gonna just put this out there, right?
So did you see have you seen the clip of Molina talking on the whatever podcast?
I have. Mhm.
Yeah, with basically I think maybe it was Destiny actually. He said women's rights aren't going anywhere. They're not going to let you force them back into or they're not going to go back to being wives and essentially property of men.
Mhm.
And the guy said who said we were going to ask their permission. Um Something like that. That's not exact quotes, but
It's a good
um
paraphrase. They were talking about rolling back women's rights, right? Okay.
yeah, yeah. Um and particularly talking about women's rights to be in the workplace and to not just be at home and be
Okay.
housewives and mothers. Um so I made a response to that said women have power and you can't enslave us, cope and seethe.
Was this also on Twitter that this happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Everything I do is on Twitter. I live on Twitter.
Fair.
And I got a lot of like the usual responses from red pillars. The kind of what you would expect. But I also got a lot of like more centrist type responses from people who are fans of Destiny. I'm not going to say DGG because people think that DGG isn't anyone on Twitter. I don't know. Everyone on Twitter says DGG Twitter, but
Do you so you got some centrist responses to this from people
yeah.
who are Destiny fans. Two
Yeah.
questions, right? Do you mind naming names on this, right? And the second
Um
question would be, can you give us an example of one of these centrist responses? Can you elaborate a
yeah.
little bit?
Yeah, so I did send them to you. Um they
Yeah, I
weren't
got a few.
like
I don't know
yeah.
which ones are DGZ centered or not. I can't just by looking at names see
Yeah.
which ones are which, right?
Hold on, let me just do it. One of them was from this guy named David, um, who essentially took issue with David BU and then a bunch of numbers. He essentially took issue with my use of the word enslavement, and said that it's not enslavement when you marry a man and do house chores, but it's liberation to slave away at your office job. Enslavement is a bad word to use. Um, which I have a major issue with because that's essentially what these guys were advocating for.
So just to be clear, you felt you were being tone policed or word policed, at least in this sense, in that you used the term enslavement. Someone tried to be pedantic with you, in your opinion, and you decided that would, and it annoyed you. It frustrated you.
It's annoying, because you expect to have to push back against the red pillars and the incels and the gripers and whoever else. But it's really frustrating when someone kind of presents themselves as being on the same side, but they, in my opinion, massively downplay the scope of what these kinds of positions actually are.
Do you think, and I know you can't read minds, I'm just curious, right? Because again, with some distance from the actual event, right? With some distance from when they tweeted it out, do you think that they were actually trying to downplay intentionally what this was? Or were they just kind of coming in hot, maybe misunderstood what was being talked about? Or do you think this was an intentional, oh, they're actually legitimately trying to downplay what these people are saying in order, I don't know, for whatever reason?
I think people view this concept of essentially enslaving women as a little bit different than if we were talking about any group of people, because they see it as something that is just biological, or like women are meant to be at home, or it's just like it's not the same way. I think it's easy to downplay it, even for someone who is taking more of that centrist position, in a way that I don't think you ever would with any other group of people. And I know that he was doing that because I said, they're advocating for stripping women of their rights and forcing them to become property of men. That's slavery. Comparing that to working a job is disgusting, and you're a slavery defender. And he said, would you feel comfortable saying that to an 80-year-old black man or woman in America? Again, not defending your ideas, your choice of words are embellished and bad. And what I described there is slavery. Like, it just is. Taking someone's rights away and making them property of someone else. That is what that is.
So obviously, this was just one example, and would you say that this is indicative of the kind of responses that you had been getting? Like, did this happen more than once from more than one individual, is what I'm asking. Like, was there a pattern of behavior leading into, to make everyone clear on the timeline, we're talking before she made the tweet about DGG, right? To be clear? Yeah. So this is before she made the tweet about DGG. This was before all of that. Was this a one-off, I guess, or was there a pattern of people coming in and giving these quote-unquote centrist positions to downplay what you were talking about?
Full of people. There was one guy that was maybe a little bit trolling, but I think he just was annoyed, and said something along the lines of like, oh, well, women are doing really well, so why do you keep complaining, or something. And he's like, he said he cared about women's rights, but had a problem with me saying that you can't enslave women. Or like another person that said, basically that that this sort of treatment of women is just an outcome of women's biology, basically. Um,
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So I
but yeah,
guess. Oh, go on.
I have felt that way before. I think that um a lot of people will kind of be willing to be really charitable to people who are saying these kind of, like, the red pillars I'm talking about, these
Yeah, I
kind of
understand.
like overtly misogynistic things, but um will be a lot less charitable towards me, I think.
Yeah. So you felt, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to kind of get into the mindset, right, of where we are at this in the headspace, if you will. So you felt that they were giving loads of charity towards these red pillars who were advocating, as you felt, for enslavement, for rolling back the clock on your rights, for making you back into the property of men. And so you decided that you were done, right, with listening to these dudes run defense for the red pillars, and you were like, you know what, I'm going to express my frustration on the internet in a tweet. That's
I
basically
think that,
accurate, or what?
yeah. I think that, and I've run into this before. People will go really hard on this idea of like being open to disagreement and not being in an echo chamber and being willing to engage with people who disagree with you. But a lot of the times I don't think people who have never been in that position of being the person that whose rights are being debated and don't realize that can be a lot more difficult for the person who's in that position.
Do you do you and you don't have to answer this if you don't want. Uh are you afraid that your rights are going to be taken away?
Not really.
Okay.
Um yeah, I think there's like a smaller scale, um more interpersonally, on which I think these positions are really dangerous because they lead to people being a lot more willing to dehumanize and degrade women.
Yeah.
Um but no, I
So,
don't think
yeah.
what that dude was talking about, I don't think that'll ever happen.
Okay.
Not in
Fair enough.
America.
Um, so let's get to the tweet. I guess the first question I have for you regarding this tweet, right? Um, if you could go back in time, right, given all the pushback you got on this, right? And to be clear to my audience, she got a lot of pushback. This was on my timeline for a while, and it wasn't pretty, right? A lot of the comments and things like that. I kept seeing it pop up. Um, would you do it again?
No.
No, why not?
Um it's not worth it. It's not worth trying to have the conversation. Um I've always known that, right? Like, I've always known that this is always like talking about just generally what it's like to be a woman um in these kind of spaces is always going to be one that's going to be really difficult, um and generally um there are people that have wanted to have a conversation and have been willing to listen and that have told me I should have the conversation. But that's nothing in comparison to the amount of people that don't want me to. And I don't think it'll get anywhere ever.
So you don't think there's a value in having this conversation?
Not. I think there could be. But I don't think people are listening. Not really.
I don't know if I agree with you. I think it's so. I understand what it's like to be. I don't understand what it's like to be a woman on the internet. That I'll cap to that, right? Like I do not understand it. I can empathize, right? And I can wrap my head around it like conceptually, but I'll never be able to be that, right? However, I do know what it is like to be in the center of a kind of shitstorm, right? Of controversy, of criticisms, of people who do not want you to talk about something, being very, very loud and trying to get you to not talk about it because they don't want to hear it, because they're tired of it, because of a myriad of reasons, right? So I think that people are listening, but because you are so close to it that you can't tell, because all you see and all you hear, because it's human nature, is to see the negative and to hear the negative. When I put out a YouTube video, the comments I remember are the negative ones. I get 10 positive comments. I won't remember those, but I will remember the one that said I was dumb or boring, right? I'll remember that one. So I wonder if that's coloring your perception here. What do you think?
I know that there are people who are listening, but I also know, and this is a lot of what I want to talk about, that this narrative that I feel has been inaccurately painted about me, that I'm crazy or manipulative or like a crazy man-hating feminist or 𝕬𝖎, basically. I think that's a lot stronger as far as making it so that my words mean less than my ability to like try to push past it. I just do.
Do you think, right, that it was DGG that is the one that was painting you as crazy, or a rad femme, or what have you?
I mean, it was. I don't think it was DGG as a whole, but there are definitely individuals. Yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure.
Do you think that? Well, in what ways, right? Do you think that the community or Destiny or anyone involved in that, what changes can they make so that would happen less, right? I understand it's probably never going to go away entirely. As long as there are people on the internet, they're going to be dumbasses. But do you think that there's any kind of policy that they could put in place, or kind of culturally reinforce, that would change that so that doesn't happen as much? Why do you think that it happened in the first place, right? Why do you think you got labeled as crazy, or hypocritical, or just hysterical? Do you think it's simply the fact that you criticize them at all, or do you think there's something else to that?
I think that there's a couple things. I think there's a small group of really bad actors who are fairly prevalent on DGG Twitter. Like they're in
Can you name names on this for the bad actors? Give us a couple examples.
I'll say I don't know how much attention I wanted to give them.
That's fine. If you'd rather not, that's fine.
But I will say there's tons of this. This is all public. There's tons of this on my timeline on Twitter.
Okay.
I feel like I don't know that I want to feed into them by naming them.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I engage in a way with people that's pretty aggressive. And I generally match people's tones. And I think that some people react really badly to that coming from a woman. And I think that's part of the reason why things spiraled like they did, because I've had this problem in the past. And I think that Destiny has a history of engaging with some pretty crazy women. And I think that
Wait, Destiny engages with crazy women? What? News. I've never heard this before.
Yeah, and I think that kind of primed
Shocking.
people in a way.
Prime
really,
people?
if Destiny stopped bringing women like Lab on stream, that would probably help the situation, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay. So women are the crazy women, in your words, not mine, right? That Destiny. I just don't want. Look, we're having a conversation about misogyny, okay? And
Yeah.
I don't want to be the one that's like, well, Destiny's bringing on all these crazy women here, right? And it's all those hysterical ones that are giving all the normal women a bad name, right? So, I mean, like at the end of the day, though, he brings crazy men on too, right? Like 𝕵𝖎𝖎 and I love you, Karantos, but you're kind of crazy, right? I love you. Don't be mad at me, Karantos, but you're a little crazy.
Darius.
A lot, right?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
But I mean,
why does it prime people to?
About...
But why does it? I guess my question here, and the reason I'm bringing this up, is why is it painting women or priming his community towards women, but not priming them in the same way towards men?
Well, I mean, we're talking about a community that's like 93% male. And I think that a lot of people in the community don't have a lot of experience with women, at least peer group women. So I think this is just one of those things that's going to naturally happen, just given the demographics of the community. It's a weird thing where these few women that come on are seen as like a representative of all of us, but it's not the same for men because most of the community is men.
Okay.
Like, no, men don't have to by default kind of, before they can say certain things, prove that they're not Mr. Girl.
And you think women have that, right? You think women have that expectation that if a new woman was to come onto Destiny's stream, you think that they're going to be seen as a potential crazy woman in a way that if a new man comes onto stream, they're not automatically perceived as a new Mr. Girl?
I think so. I mean, I think I've done it.
I mean, I'm asking your opinion. I mean,
yeah.
we're,
I think I've put women
nervous.
in that box.
You relax. It's okay. It's friends talking. You just breathe deep. It's all good. I know, right? You're on a WhickTV platform, and that's prestigious, but it's all good. It's all gravy, baby. So what exactly led you to reaching out to me on this, right? I know I DM'd you in full
You reached
disclosure.
out to
I
me.
DM'd you initially when this was going
Yeah.
down, and I said, "Hey, you want to actually talk about this?" Because I was confused, right? A lot of the times I'm confused because I see a lot of stuff on Twitter. The timeline goes crazy. I don't know what's going on, and instead of doing direct research, I'd much rather just talk to the sources about it. So I reached out to you. I said, "Hey, you want to come on stream and talk to this? Talk with me about this?" You at the time were like, "Oh, maybe, I don't know." What changed your mind?
Um. Well, I mean, at the time, this was before Destiny got involved. I just didn't want to. I just didn't know if I wanted to draw more attention from guys like, I guess, the guys that I was dealing with. I think that was my thought process at the time. But now it's kind of a moot point because the floodgates have been opened, you know.
The floodgates have been opened. What do you mean by that?
I mean that I've already had a ton of people come and misunderstand my point, and attack me over it and say all kinds of crazy shit to me, and had Destiny paint me as a crybaby on stream.
What's the
And
what's the biggest misunderstanding that you feel people come away with from the interactions you've had on Twitter over this incident?
I just think people read my initial tweet as me saying that some percentage of people in DGG itself hold the positions that they want to enslave women, and that a lot of people felt that I wanted Destiny to do something about it, or I wanted them to do something about it, or I was trying to. A lot of people, I think, felt that I was someone from outside the community who was trying to paint the entire community as misogynist, because I think that's something that does happen in DGG, to
What
DGG.
well, I guess I'd ask, why don't you think that? Right? If this is what's happening and this was causing you troubles, right? That people were being centrists and minimizing the vitriol that you felt was coming at you from red pillars, right? That were not in the community but adjacent to the community. If you felt that there were community members who were allowing that to happen and even running defense for that, why wouldn't you want that to change?
I don't. I mean, I don't. I guess I mean, I want that to change, but I want it to change by people talking about it. I
Okay.
don't. I don't think there's anything that Destiny can or should do about it. I don't. I don't really believe that
So,
creators have that kind of responsibility or power over
well,
their audience.
you mentioned Destiny called you a crybaby. Can you kind of go over Destiny's response? Like what? So, he saw the tweet, obviously. Did he stream about it? What did he say? Can you kind of give us a paraphrase here?
It's the entire thing, because I didn't really want to. Um,
Okay.
but I can say, I don't want to misrepresent him. I can say what he said on Twitter, which, from my understanding, is pretty similar. Um, uh, he originally came out and quote tweeted Basically, it was a tweet where someone responded to my initial tweet asking if I had a source for my claim, and I was just like kind of a dick to that guy because I thought it was like kind of a debate bro thing. I was just like, I hate DGG, and then I put in, I just said like, oh, me, it's annoying that whenever I engage with anything Destiny related, I have to deal with like extreme misogyny. And then I put this guy source in like all caps. And Destiny quote tweeted that and kind of framed it like I had said that DGG is full of extreme misogynists.
So you think Destiny misframed what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I think he misunderstood it. I think that the timeline kind of screwed me up because I said a lot of really negative things about DGG, about Destiny's fan base after that. Because at that point,
After that being after Destiny quote tweeted you, or
no,
after you had the interaction with that guy?
After the initial tweet, before Destiny quote tweeted me, I had a lot of really.
Okay. So after the initial thing about how you're tired of people in communities like DGG minimizing your experiences, after that initial tweet, right? You got a lot of pushback and vitriol. Is that what you're saying? Is that the timeline we're looking at?
Yeah, a lot of just really like condescending responses that I thought were really out of pocket. I had one guy tell me that no one in DGG would ever call you sensitive for thinking this. And then the next day he went on this like rant about how I'm a retarded child and I don't take any agency because I continue to engage in DGG despite having this issue. And a bunch of other people kind of jumped on that, or a bunch of people told me I was like in an echo chamber, or like if you don't feel safe engaging with disagreement, stuff like that.
So I was telling my audience beforehand, but I'll tell you, I'll talk to you about this. This is a fraught kind of discussion to have, for people online, for men online too, right? Especially as a content creator. I guess to put it bluntly, if I agree with you, I'm seen as a simp. I'm seen as someone who, oh, you're just having the lady on, and you're agreeing with the lady, so to be a male pick me, and things like that. If I disagree with you, I'll be called, oh, you're just painting a woman as hysterical. You're painting her as crazy. You're being misogynistic. And so it feels like there's a no-win situation on how to engage with these things, to have this conversation. So to bring it back to kind of what you wanted to talk about and having this conversation, how do I avoid that trap? How do I avoid this getting boxed into this, where if I have a discussion with you about this and we end up disagreeing, how do I disagree without just further reinforcing your belief that everyone's just misogynist, or the belief that other people would put on you that everyone's just misogynistic? And if I agree with you, right? If we talk and if I end up agreeing with you, how do I avoid simply being labeled a simp?
I'll say from my perspective, I generally don't put that like misogynist label on people. it takes a lot for me. I'll say from a general perspective, I don't know how inclined people are to see it that way. I think people probably will call you a simp.
Well,
because a lot of people did that. But
you're gonna get that from the fringes, no matter what, right? No matter what you
yeah,
do, you get fringes. But I'm talking
yeah.
more on a general level. I guess let me ask it this way, right? So you mentioned that you were very disappointed with how a lot of people engaged with you, right, on this. Can you give us an example of someone who had disagreed with you in this whole situation, but you would say was the right way to disagree with you? A non-misogynistic, non-painting you as crazy way. Do you have any of those examples on hand that you would like to share with us of the right way that you would like to see communities disagree with women on takes like this?
Yeah. I think that a lot of people did. I don't think there's any way. Here's the thing. My original position, I don't know if you can disagree with that, because my position was, this thing's kind of annoying. It sucks.
But you understand how that sounds, right? Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can't disagree with my position. That's
You can't
gonna
disagree that that's
raise
annoying. You
hackles,
can. There's a
right?
lot of things you can disagree. You can.
Oh, and thank you for the sub, omnipotent. Okay, carry on though.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think because I don't know offhand. I mean, a lot of people have disagreed with me on various points throughout this. But I'm trying to think of like an example. Yeah, like you can
Because if the reason I'm
disagree.
asking, right? The reason I'm asking is because if we want to have these conversations
Yeah.
and we want it to actually be a conversation, there has to be room for disagreement. There just has to. But
Yeah.
I understand your point, right? That if you're doing it by just painting the other person as crazy, dumb, or stupid, that's not helpful. So I'm guessing I'm asking for an example in this situation of honest, good disagreement.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people disagreed with me on how they read the framing of the initial tweet, which is fine because I just corrected it and people were like, "Oh, okay, that's what you meant." Most people were. A lot of people, that's the thing, like,
Oh, thank you, Stardust and her viewers, for joining me. I appreciate it. Carry on.
like you can disagree that this is something that is like a cultural thing in DGG.
Mm-hmm. And to be clear, do you think it's a cultural thing in DGG? Do you think that there is, at least among some of DGG, do you think that there is a culture of misogyny?
No, not misogyny.
Okay.
I think that I think that any male dominated space is gonna have some issues. Um, I don't really like to use the word misogyny. I don't use it a lot. I think everyone engages with other people in a way that's kind of marked by their biases. And when you're a minority in a community, of course, there's going to be things that are just weird, or like people don't understand or are uncomfortable. But no, I don't think that DGG as a whole,
but
or even generally, hates women or dislikes women.
It sounds like that there is a problem there, in your perspective. And thank you for the sub, 𝕾𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. I really appreciate it. It sounds like you think that there is, you don't like to use the word misogyny, and that's fine. But it sounds like that you do have a problem with their behavior, right? Otherwise, why are we having this conversation? It does sound like there was a problem with how they treated you. No?
Or, I think that if I said that for a guy in a female-dominated space, like, let's say, a teacher, if I said that guy is probably going to face some challenges due to the kind of implicit biases that people have, I don't think that'd be controversial.
Fair.
I just think that it does just come with the territory. The biggest problem I have is that I can't talk about it.
How do you think we can change that?
The thing, I don't think things like this change if you don't talk about it.
Yeah, so how can we talk about it? Because you tried to have this conversation. That's what you said your intent was, right? You wanted to have the conversation, right? It didn't work on a larger scale. Unfortunately, it became a pile-on, right? So what can be done differently by either party to avoid that in the future? Because you're right. We need to have this conversation. We need to talk about it. And I want to talk about it. And we're going to talk about that too. After I think we've gone through the timeline and we've gone through the specifics. And now I want to kind of talk to you more about the generals, right? But how do we avoid things like this in the future from just becoming a pile-on, right? You mentioned earlier that you wouldn't do this again, right? You wouldn't tweet out like this again. How would you, if you could go back, how would you start the conversation then?
I wouldn't.
So you just wouldn't start the conversation at all. Do you think it like is that just a you personal thing, or do you think that no one can start this conversation right currently, that it's just not possible to have this conversation currently?
And at least women, I wouldn't recommend them to try it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty black-pilled on everything right now.
Sure.
I think that.
Oh, go on, please.
I think that what I would say is just, this is kind of how it is. Either take it or leave it.
Would you mind having the conversation with me? Like, at least somewhat right now?
At this point, there's no reason for me not to.
Okay.
Because, again, the floodgates are open, and that's why I decided to do this, because...
You already took the hits.
Yeah, and a lot of people have reached out to me and said, I'm glad that you said something, or I'm glad that you're trying to have this conversation, or I think you should have this conversation. It was my cat, I don't know if you heard. But I do feel really black-pilled on it right now.
Yeah, I understand. Things are bad, like, things get bad before they get better in a lot of ways, right? I think that we are still in this era where women are seen as, and again, I said this in the beginning, there are two types of misogyny. I repeat this because it's a good take. I think it's a good take. There are two types of misogyny I see almost everywhere online, okay? The first is the traditional misogyny, which you received, right? You were a partaker in that misogyny, okay? The people came, called you crazy, hysterical, really kind of belittled you for your takes, treated you as lesser and as not as good, like, shut up, sweetie, let the men talk type of deal. The traditional misogyny, if you will, right? Trad misogyny. But there's also another type of misogyny, I think, that's creeping in its ugly head, rearing its way into our conversations and into our discourse and into our online lives, right? And that's the misogyny that says you can never have this conversation with women because you need to shut up and listen to women. You can't talk to them about it. They have to be believed and listened to. They are the ones that get to say, right? And you don't get to say that. They pedestal women. They say women are almost inhuman in that you can't question them or talk to them or anything like that, and they must be protected, right? Protected from the being questioned and being talked to and things like that, because they're women and they're so oppressed, and you just need to stay away from them, right? I think both are very misogynistic. Okay, both are a problem, and what I want to do is get rid of both of these types of things and combat both of these types of things, and that, I think, starts right by recognizing that yes, you're going to get a lot of trad misogyny when you come out, like you did when you speak up, even if you're wrong, right? I'm not here to litigate the facts of the matter. I'm here to just talk about your experience, right? Yeah, people came out, called you crazy, called you hysterical, piled on. Not okay. That said, the solution to that isn't to wall yourself up in a bubble. And I understand why, right? You'd have that reaction because it hurts and sucks, and misogyny is no fun. But I think we actually have a responsibility to push through that, right? So I do thank you for coming on today to talk about it. Well, I guess I'll just give you a chance to have any thoughts on what I just said there, or any reaction to it if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, the first part, I agree with you. That's why I don't really like most feminists, and why I don't call myself a feminist, because I think that the vast majority of feminists do this thing that's very essentialist, even though they'll claim they're not essentialists, where it's like, we all exist under this system that you can't see, but it can never change, and in that system, women are inherently victims and men are inherently perpetrators. And I think that's kind of what you were talking about.
Vaguely, but yes, kind of.
Yeah,
It's tangential.
yeah,
It's not exactly the same, but close enough for government
yeah.
work.
But yeah, and I do agree with that, and I do think that's really there's also, like, I've been in, like, male dominated spaces my whole life. I in school, my major was vast majority men. I've worked in kitchens for years with mostly dudes. And there's kind of like this bigotry of low expectations that I think is really harmful to women, but a lot of women also benefit from it.
Sure.
But there's the cost to that is that you're just not seen the same way. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying there. I don't know how much I think individuals do have like an obligation to try to change that. I think
Go on. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking.
I think I don't really have like I don't believe there's like any like moral obligation or like that kind of I don't think you have a responsibility to do anything besides not hurt people. I think it's good to do things that will lead to the kind of world that you want to live in. I think that's generally going to be what you should do. But I don't know if you have a responsibility to throw a boulder up a hill for
I'm going to
years.
disagree with you. I think you do. Not to roll a boulder up a hill, but if a boulder is coming down and you have the ability to push someone out of the way so that it gets squished, and you don't do that, I think you do hold some responsibility, right? I think that obviously no one can shoulder this burden entirely, right? Obviously, we prioritize our health because if you're not healthy mentally and physically, then you can't really engage in this, right? We don't let wounded warriors fight. We take them off the battlefield, right? Until they recover, until they're recuperated, until they're fit to fight again. That said, I think that there is a responsibility if you believe, right, that these spaces are harming women, right, that are doing bad things, right, that are making it harder for women to exist in these spaces. I think we all have a duty to do something, right?
I would say the counter to that is you don't have to be in the space. You can just not be. So no one's forced to participate in these spaces if they're not willing to be in that situation.
Fair enough. And I think that's yeah, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen kind of deal, right? Not that we'd ever let women outside the kitchen, really. But jokes aside, I agree with that. I don't think it counters what I said though, right? Because if I'm a man and I want a space to be safer for women and better for women, right? And not in this cringe kind of misogynist, I must protect women at all costs way, right? And if I want it to be just a better space where they're treated as, people, I do have the responsibility to act. And I think not acting is, for lack of a better word, a sin. Not a major sin, right? Not the same as being misogynistic, right? It's less of a sin, but it is a sin nonetheless. I think that, yes, women don't have to be in these spaces. They have no obligation to be in these spaces. That's fair, right? But if you are someone who wants them to be in this space or wants to be in this space, you do have a responsibility to do as you did. And if you see something, say something, right? Why I don't understand why that's a hot take.
I just think that a lot of people just don't necessarily care if women are in these spaces, which
That's true
is
too, but
fine.
I'm not talking to those people. I'm talking to the people who do care, right?
I mean, yeah, I don't think it rises to the level of an obligation. I mean, it's something you can do if you want that to be the outcome, but
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, without that responsibility, I don't like the word obligation, but responsibility, let's use that one. How do we change this? Right? Like what I guess what I'm trying to get out, and what's frustrating me about this, and I am a little frustrated, right? Is I like solutions. I see a problem. I recognize here's an issue that we have in a space. I want to fix it if I can, right? Now, if you think it can't be fixed, that's fine. But if it can, I'd like to do so. So I guess I'll ask just directly, do you think that this issue with DGG and other online spaces, how they treat women, do you think it can be fixed?
It's kind of the problem is the solution here is getting more women into the space so it's not so male dominated, and getting more female perspectives who aren't lav. But I don't know if that can happen because I think a lot of women are driven out of the space. And I've talked to a lot of women who were driven out of the space. And I know,
Do you feel like you've been driven out?
yeah.
Do you consider yourself no longer part of the DGG community then? Oh, if
No,
you
I
said
don't think.
something. Oh, okay. Go on. It just wasn't picking up your voice.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Um, that's sad. I'm not gonna lie. That it feels sad. It feels bad, man. Feels bad. If they invited you back, what would it take? What would it take for you to consider yourself a member of the DGG community again? And to be clear, gang, and to my audience out there, I don't consider myself a member of the DGG community. I'm tangentially related. I like Destiny well enough, right? But I'm not hanging out in a server all day. I'm not on his stream all day, right? Yeah, I have him on my show. Once in a while, I'll come on his stream. But is that make me a member of the community? I don't know, right? So I'm not here as a DGG representative, but I am here as a representative of online spaces in general, right? Um, because the problems that one online space has, we can draw lessons from it and apply it to our own spaces where we have influence to. And so that's kind of the point here, and why what I'm trying to get at. So again, I just to reiterate, right? What would it take to get you back, right, to the DGG community?
Um, answer that really because I'm just not. I don't really know what I'm doing or what I want right now. Um, but right now I just feel very disappointed in a lot of people, and I just don't know if it's. I don't know if it's something I even want to be part of, or if I
Understand?
think it's good for me to be part. Why, Jesus, sorry. But
If the people who had treated you poorly in this, right? Or that you felt treated you poorly at least, if they apologized to you, would that be something that would be welcome? Or do you just not care anymore? Right? I don't give a shit about what these people say.
yeah, I don't really care.
Okay.
It's very scary to me the way that the way that something like this can happen, and people will just write you off, and nothing you say matters, and like the truth doesn't really matter. And I just don't know if I want to be in that situation.
I understand. I won't press. Do you think what advice would you give to women who do want to be in these spaces still, right? What advice would you give a woman who is entering these online male-dominated spaces? Yeah, what would you tell them?
Because I said this like 6 months ago, and somehow I forgot it. It wasn't related to DGG, but it was pretty much what I think. I said, women in male-dominated spaces are always going to have a higher standard to adhere to. It's not fair, but the men don't care if we're in their spaces or not. So it's on us. And you're never going to be able to meet the standard of proof demanded when you call it out. That's what I'd say. What I should have said to myself.
Fair enough. And again, to reiterate, your advice would be not to call it out anymore. You regret calling it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to say to my audience about this? Or anyone watching or might watch the VOD or anything like this? Any other things that you haven't been able to say yet that you want to get out? If you said something, the mic's not picking it up.
Thinking.
Oh, sure. Take your time.
How willing people are to jump into a situation without really knowing what happened. And kind of like attack people or say some wild shit. I think people should probably be a little bit more careful about how they engage. Because I think that what happened here is very public, and I think pretty obvious if you take the time to really look through it. And I think that things kind of spiraled because people didn't find out what actually happened. And I think that sucks.
So you want people to be more cognizant before piling on. I think that's good advice. I agree. I'll echo that sentiment. Maybe take a beat, gang. If you see some juicy drama on the interwebs, on the Twitters, right? Coming across your feed. Before you start going hard on the paint, maybe take a minute. And I give this advice to myself too, right? This correction to myself. Because I've done this before. I've sinned where I have seen something someone said. I didn't look for context. I didn't give the benefit of the doubt. I just went, that sounds stupid, right? And I joined in the Twitter barrage. That's a fault. That's not good, right? So I would echo that sentiment from Miss Eli here, or Miss B. I don't know. Go by, right? To be honest with you. But yeah, these pylons have people behind them, right? And if you don't mind me editorializing a bit, this seems incredibly sad to me. It's a tragic situation that didn't need to happen. You were part of a community, or you felt a part of a community, and you feel driven out because people weren't willing to at least hear you. That sucks, right?
Yeah, that's life, though.
It doesn't have to be. We can make it better. Okay.
Totally understand.
Well, is there anything else on the subject you wanted to go over before we let you go? Anything we can do to help you, or I can do to help you?
No, I'm good. It's super weird, that random people who like don't know me, like I talked to like maybe once, are making these like really have made these like really strong claims about me and like my mental health. And people have an issue with boundaries. Like my mental health is fine. I'm fine. But also it's not, these things aren't really public. I'm not like a public figure. I'm just someone on Twitter. So, yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to put that out there because it's really uncomfortable for me.
Is there anything else you want to correct the record on that you see people saying about you, or making assumptions about you that you'd like to correct while you have platform here?
Um, go at the moment.
Okay.
I don't like. I don't know. I don't feel like I should have to prove that I'm not Lab or Anna. Um, and I feel like I do have to prove that. But I don't really want to because I don't think that's fair.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on today. I appreciate you being willing to share this. I do hope, right, that that maybe, right, in a few months you can kind of feel better again, right? I know you said you're okay and things, but this has obviously had an effect on you, right? It obviously has, right? Um, and that sucks. Because you did not deserve that, and you do not deserve to be mistreated in the way I think that some of the people mistreated you. And I wouldn't say everyone who disagreed with you mistreated you. There's plenty of
No, I don't
people
think
who
that either. Yeah.
yeah, but that all adds to the tide, and I don't know if people understand that. Like, even if you're very reasonable, very civil in your disagreement during a pile-on, that can absolutely add to the tide. Now that doesn't mean you shouldn't disagree with someone, right? But you should be cognizant of that might be a thing. I don't know. Okay. If people wanted to find you or follow you, do you stream or anything like that?
No, I don't stream. I'm on Twitter. My @ is _Eli_Bee.
Thank you, mods, for posting that, gang. Give her a follow if you feel so inclined. Do not go there to bully her, please.
You can. I don't care.
Fair enough. Okay. Anything, final word for you, and then we'll let you go. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for having this conversation with me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for trusting me enough to have it. For now, the void. I hope she's okay. That's tough. That's tough. That was a little more emotional than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. I did not expect that. I thought we were just gonna go through the situation, but yeah, it absolutely is something that there are real people behind these things, and we have to be cognizant of that. We'd have to be, yeah, we have to realize, even if someone is wrong, and we all are wrong time to time. No matter how smart you think you are, you're gonna have a bad take time to time. And you're gonna get pushback for that bad take time to time. Doesn't mean you deserve to be harassed, right? Like I said, I don't think most of the people who were engaging with this harassed her. 99% of the people didn't. But 1% of like 10,000 is still a lot of people, right? So you have to just keep that in mind. That sucks, especially if you're not a creator, especially if you're not prepared for it. There are things you could do, though, my friends. There are things you can do to minimize and mitigate these things when they happen to you. The block button is your friend. Privating your account is your friend. And honestly, there does come a point where you just have to say, fuck the haters, right? Doesn't matter what they say. Yeah, but that takes time, that takes effort, and it shouldn't be a requirement. It's just best practice. A couple other people wanted to come on and talk about this a little bit, or about this kind of thing. And yeah, we still have a little bit of time. Gang, if you're liking this content, if you like that conversation, if you liked what we have to do here or have to say here, hit that like button if you're on YouTube. Hit that follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button. Give me bits, give me subs, super chats. All these things help me out. I am not streaming the rest of the week. I am taking a little bit of a break because you guys make me insane, okay? So today's the day to give me money if you want to give me money. Thank you, Cardis, for the Prime Gaming. Subscribe for 3 months. I really appreciate you, right? Thanks to Stardust earlier for the raid. We are going to bring on a couple more people, though, and talk to them because this is my only stream of the week. We'll keep going a little bit, right? And so yeah, I want to give a chance, if you have thoughts on this, right? On women in male spaces and in how we treat women in these spaces. I'd love to hear from you. Call in. Hit that Discord link. Mods, can you get the link to Discord in the YouTube chat and the Discord chat? And hit those links and come on in and talk to us. We'll bring on some play. And we're about to have a hype train if we can get one more individual donor on Twitch. So one more sub, 100 more bits, anything like that from someone who hasn't donated yet. We can start a hype train and get things going. That would be wonderful because, again, I need to make some money today because I'm not going to be making money the rest of the week. So please, let's bring on a couple people. Hello.
Hello, Wickadoodle.
You're live. Hello, 𝕵𝖎𝖎, and hello, 𝕵𝖎𝖎. I don't know how to say your name.
Can you do me a big favor and change the cameras so that they're not like fat face? They're normal, so I don't look like I'm already feeling crazy fat today, and you're making my dysphoria worse.
Okay, 𝕵𝖎𝖎.
Sorry. That was a move, my bad. I didn't know I was unmuted.
Okay.
Sorry. I had to run to my
this
car.
might be a mistake to have you on.
Absolutely.
Okay. 𝕵𝖎𝖎, I'll start with you, I guess. What are your thoughts here?
Fix the fucking camera, Wick, or else I'm gone. Fix the camera.
I don't know how. I don't know what you're talking about. How to fix the camera?
It's
What's
squished.
wrong with the camera?
Squished.
What's wrong with the camera exactly?
It's making everyone fat and squished faced.
Everybody's fat and squish faced?
Like if you look at Discord, you're like, oh, normal. And then I switch over to Twitch and I'm like twice as fat because it's all squished.
What the hell?
Is this better?
I guess. Whatever.
Well,
Okay.
my options are limited. Okay.
Hopefully one day you figure it out. I love you.
Oh my gosh, this is becoming a mistake all around.
I just it really bugs me. That's all. It's just like a little idiosyncrasy thing. Okay. Okay. So what? I'm just talking here. Okay.
Sure.
So I got something to say about DGG and the way they treat people. So we were even talking about it today. Doobie brought up a good point in your server, like in the VC, saying how it's not necessarily a sexist thing, but it's a cliquey thing. But I can see how the perception of it's a problem because you're a woman. It's just if you're a woman with a discerning point of view, they're going to come down more hard on you. So they're going to be cliquey to anyone, and they're going to even fabricate things that you say to get you in trouble, to get you banned. They're very totalitarian on the DGG server. And yeah, if you're a woman, they'll start throwing insults at you based on you being a woman, that you're just an attention whore if you're just trying to talk. You're just trying to, get attention and, an ethought. So they will definitely attack your gender more if they want to disagree with you. So I completely agree with her on that. I have to admit, though, I didn't listen to the beginning part. Can you just catch me in on what she was really complaining about?
Okay, so the incident, right? And I don't want to make this about the specific incident, actually, right? But just for your information, she made a tweet that was critical of DGG and the way that some members of the DGG community treated her pushing back against the red pillars. And it blew up. It became a big thing, a pile-on against her. Destiny retweeted it and became a huge issue, right? And just she was lamenting and very disappointed, in her words, about the way she was treated, and in her words, driven out of the DGG community. So yeah.
But that's the Twitter DGG community.
She didn't specify whether it was the Twitter community, the community as a whole, or what have you.
Okay, so I think I know what she was referring to. So when Destiny, like I think I saw that part of that. So she was the person that he was criticizing the way she said the thing. And then he was like, I think he worded it like, I can't do it verbatim, but he was basically saying that she was incompetent in the way that she said it. And that's very hurtful to hear, especially from like someone that you might look up to or who holds a lot of, sway with his audience. And then the rest of the people follow suit and then they dogpile you. So like that's totally understandable to feel attacked because you kind of are being attacked, right?
Do you think that this is indicative of how spaces in general treat women, or do you think it's specific to the DGG community?
Think about it. If a guy tweeted that, would people come down on her as? Yeah, I don't know if they would come down as part of him, just like I've seen in the DGG.
Just real quick, because I don't know if that's true.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a President Sunday tweet that's critical of Destiny? Have you seen what happens to President Sunday from the DGG community when he's critical of President of Destiny? Do you think that's
they jump on him, eh?
Right?
I don't have Twitter, so I don't know. So they do jump on him just as bad.
Yes. I don't know if we can measure it from just as bad. But it's bad, right?
Wait, what do you mean if you can't measure it? So was it noticeably worse on her? Right? Well, I'm asking what you think. Was it?
What are we talking?
Yeah, so like, was it more retweets or whatever?
Destiny just does it constantly, and he constantly gets bagged on. I don't know how better to if Destiny or Sunday, I should say, if Destiny quote tweets Sunday, and Sunday's being critical of Destiny or DGG, yes, I think that the types of insults change, the style of them change, but the number and the vitriol behind it, I don't know if they change.
Right. Okay. I think this is what I'm kind of saying. So, for instance, if a black guy did something and then you call him N-word for it, it's going to be different than calling the white guy for it. He's going to be like, so? Because it actually doesn't matter in the social sphere that you call them white guy, but it does matter that you call them, So, do you know what I mean? So, using feminine traits to put a woman down, it means something more than saying you're just a dumb guy.
Well, that's totally fair, because I remember Destiny has the same conversation with somebody, or not somebody, I think he was just talking to his audience, where he says, like, if you call a guy a bitch, right, like that doesn't, it hits, right, but it doesn't really mean much of anything. Or like it could be referring to like him being like a pussy or being like a woman. But if you call a woman a bitch, then it's like it's a huge problem, because the way that like men are treated in this sphere compared to women, it's totally different. And even though you might use the same words, the meanings and the way that people are going to use those meanings are going to hit way harder for the like intended target. And that's the same thing when you guys bring up President Sunday and how much he gets shit on. Like, I totally get that, but here's the problem that I think I have, though, and I'll say this outright. I think Destiny's, I haven't really like communicated a lot in DGG. I was a part of the Discord to try to whatever. But I think there is actually a real problem, not only in his community, but in a lot of political communities around like sexism, and kind of like, because it not only is it a male dominated space, but it just seems as though, like with this President Sunday example, where it's like, well, yeah, but Destiny's been arguing with President Sunday for the past, what, like year? Right? He's been critical of him for a year. He's been attacking.
Yeah.
Right. But this, I don't know how to say her name. I apologize. But, she just sent out like 1 or 2 tweets, and then like she's getting just bagged on and attacked by like, just like with the same vitriol as somebody that like has been, criticizing and attacking them for like years. I don't think that that's fair in any way, shape, or form. And I think it's because there's a general level of sexism that's played in these roles.
No, I understand. Like, I'm not disagreeing there's sexism, but I just don't know of this idea. Like, if Destiny, no matter if you've done it once or done it 1,000 times, I feel if Destiny quote tweets you being negative about him, you are going to get attacked by the DGG community. No, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, whether you're non-binary, whether you're left, whether you're right, I don't see this not happening, right? I see that even if you've only done it once.
Probably deactivate after that point in time.
Say one more
Hello,
time.
B.
Probably deactivate your Twitter after that point in time.
Based.
I don't know. Well, no, I wouldn't deactivate Twitter, but that's because I have a thick skin. But yes, I do think that, like, you're roboting, by the way, on your mic. B is in the trap. Can I just call you B?
Oh, yes.
I'm getting a knock
You
on
can
my door.
always
Be
call
right
me
back.
B. Absolutely.
Okay.
If this, let me see.
Oh, that's much better. I don't know what you did or what you changed.
Oh, I just walked back to my laptop. So I want to make a quick response to what you just said. One point being, whenever you said, I have really thick skin.
Do you have do you have a camera for us today, by the way?
I've been painting all day, and I'm
fair
covered
enough.
in black
If you don't
paint.
want to, that's cool.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to come on and show briefly, but one thing that I think really needs to be clarified is there's a difference between having a thick skin and the amount of vitriol one gets if one is like man or woman, just by the amount of volume. So it doesn't even necessarily need to be nastier or need to be worse. But in terms of the sheer amount of volume that comes in, would you agree that would, I think no matter how thick one's skin is, would get tiring at a minimum?
Absolutely. Like, I'm not saying that, like, this wouldn't be exhausting and crushing. Look, many of you don't know this because you're kind of newer to my community, but I went publicly and criticized Dylan Burns, who's not as big as Destiny, but has a pretty good sized platform. I publicly and
I'm covered in paint. Whatever, you can accept this as
good.
it is.
That's all good. But I was not I pulled no punches in my criticisms of Dylan Burns, and it was publicly quote tweeted, publicly streamed about. I got a lot of pushback, a lot of people coming after me for it, right? It wasn't fun. It didn't feel good, but I don't know. It's just I didn't feel.
Okay. But did they say that it's because you're a dumb man?
I want to make clear.
They did make jokes like small dick energy and things like that. They changed the type, right, to target me more directly. But yeah.
What would be the equivalent to a woman saying small dick energy?
barren.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're a barren, angry woman. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
gosh,
You're
yeah.
a spinster.
Yeah. Okay.
You're an unmarriageable like prospect. I think any of
Yeah.
those things.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to be
Nice.
clear about a few things. One is I think DGG and its mods on the Discord are far better than a lot of other places in that they have very clear ideas of what very obvious misogyny and sexism is and do their best
I'm getting
to
an oxygen.
reg and try and stop that. So the problem is, and I think this would be a problem in a lot of places, like as one learns other things, is that there is in our language and in the way in which we interact, especially online, there's a lot of latent like sexism within that the mods aren't going to necessarily ban just because they may not even think that is problematic, if that makes sense.
Do you think
right?
they should ban all sexism?
I've come to the conclusion I don't know that much of it is ironic anymore. I definitely don't trust that a lot of users in any Discord server have any idea of what ironic misogyny is. And I don't believe or trust that they are actually doing the work with which to like dismantle it, right?
B, can I just address something you said? How you said you think that the mods on Destiny's VC, like Discord, are better than most. I completely disagree. So what I've noticed, and actually Doobie brought this up today in WhickTV VC, that how he was banned for like a whole year once, and Destiny kept unbanning him. He would just DM him and say, "Hey, please unban me. They said this." They would actually make up reasons, literally outright lies. The mods would make up outright lies to get him banned just because they didn't like what he was saying. So they treat you differently, I noticed, B, because again, you agree with what they say and you reinforce
I think I'm
their
also
ideas.
really outspoken and a really outspoken woman, and probably one of, I would say there's.
But if you're an outspoken woman saying you
maybe
disagree,
10. Yeah,
they
I don't
would
know.
freak at you,
I don't
and
know.
they would try anything to get rid of you. That's the thing.
I already don't know that I'm terribly liked. I think I am. Let me see if I can word this
You're
correctly.
liked by the right people.
To be clear,
I think being a member of a
I like
protected class.
outspoken people in my community, so you're liked.
Thank you,
here.
but I think being a member of a protected class,
like
like literally being a woman and being very mouthy, probably works towards my benefit because it would not be a good look for them to, I guess, ban or something else unless I actually broke the rules. I'd get a lot more leeway than probably a lot of other people do. I absolutely do. I absolutely get a lot more leeway.
Do you think that Lav,
it also just gets exhausting. But a lot of
do you
the
think that Lav was a very outspoken woman?
Yeah. Yes.
Did she get any kind of favor because of that?
I wasn't in the Discord at the same time, if that was like 6-ish months ago. So I'm not sure.
I'm
Yes?
leading a question. I apologize. But yeah,
that's
she was
okay.
very outspoken and
I
stuff
think
like
so.
that. But yeah,
I think she did at least.
gave her
I'm
no
not
favor.
sure.
Well, it got no favor from the community. Destiny gave Lav the utmost amount of favorability, charitability, like out of this fucking world. Okay? But the community, because of either what Lav has said, or especially the Annalicia situation whenever Lav joined in, I mean, she was just
Lav's
shocked
very
in that
antagonistic on
community.
purpose, though. She's also
she was
listen,
definitely.
I have a lot of bad feelings towards Lav, so I can't even be like very pro whatever. The problem is, so the red pill content, I think anyone who tries to dive into that and really try and dismantle that structure of thinking is doing the Lord's work in a lot of ways. The thing is that, so here's the problems, and let me see if I can make this make sense. So it's really subtle things. For example, if I come into a VC and there are a lot of members talking about sexual marketplace value and how women are really no good after 26, or you got to make sure, and I've even added in and said, you're not going to hurt my feelings, but I need to understand, like, I have a low body count. I am stable. I am definitely like over 30. I'm a lawyer. I do this, that, and the third. I have a dog. I take care of myself. Like, I don't. And they said, yeah, I mean, the only thing is, like, obviously your sexual marketplace value is going to be high, but for being 4 years over 26. And I think that is when and I remember thinking, oh my God, this person's saying this as like a consolation, like, don't worry, B, like, you still have a lot of value here. even though you're like out, you've expired according to my
I've
age
had some
range.
friends say that to me. So they were saying
It's-
about body
it's-
count, and I was like, "What? Just because I have a higher body count than like what you would want, like I can't have a good
I
man?"
think
And they're
that-
like,
I
"No."
think that-
They were like, "No, not you, because you have this, 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 and this." I'm like, "But if you didn't know,"
I think
me,
that
you'd be
that
like,
is one
"Yes."
of those problems where, and I'm hoping that can make sense, Wick and 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, in that.
Got it right. You're the only one that's got it right.
Oh, thanks. It's probably Greek.
𝕵𝖎�😓, do you
It
have
is.
a camera?
I do, but
Oh
I
my
don't know
God, I
how
really
bad
am
it's
covered
gonna
in
look.
paint.
I don't care how bad it. Like, we're not here to look pretty. Oh, you
Oh.
use
Yeah, we are.
dashboard?
Fuck you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly
So-
how I
Okay.
look.
Okay. Yeah. that's
One
fine.
thing, one thing that I think I want to make very, very clear, I don't think it's blatant. I don't think it's intentional. I think a lot of it is unintentional things that they don't even think about in terms of it being hateful or limiting or sexist or misogynistic. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, because mainly and this is the negative aspect. I 100% respect Destiny going into red pill communities and fighting that stuff because that stuff's cancer. The problem that I have with it though is that, and this is where regulation of the community really matters, is because I feel like a lot of red pillars or kind of like red pillars that are changing to blue pill, they're kind of stuck in that middle area. They're still kind of caught in that loop of like red pill, not that women are lesser, but they have different roles and like, they need to be focusing more on this stuff. And like, they're still
Right.
working
I
out
think
their
the
kind of
biggest
hidden
thing
and
for
unconscious
someone-
misogyny.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for someone becoming blue pill is realizing women aren't a monolith. Do you remember one of my really good friends saying that about men? And right, whenever we try to make those large generalizations, it's just you can't make that generalization. That's the whole point of unlearning red pill. And so I want to be very clear. It's not intentional. It is unkind at times. It's definitely something they dip into. I'm deeply inflammatory. I have to also couch this in. I am not an innocent party. I am deeply inflammatory. I have definitely called things as being misogyny or sexism when they aren't. And I think whenever I've said that, that definitely
think
leads to
that's
people saying, all right, well, you dumb bitch, I guess we are going to be misogynist now because I thought I was being just fine. Which
Do you want
I
misogyny?
understand.
I'll show you misogyny.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
show
it-
you.
it-
Unconscious
it does
misogyny becomes
exactly-
I'll
conscious.
show you what real
Which-
sexism looks like.
Oh my god.
Again, God, I also have paint in my hair. This is a great look. My dog's also covered in paint. It's a great day here in the household, the Bee household. I think though that the parts that are hardest are the ones where they don't even realize how many layers it is. So, for example, someone the other week genuinely asked me, well, what was it like being like one of the only women pursuing being a lawyer? And I said, what?
I don't think that's true.
And I said, my class was 93 people and it was 40, I think there were 40 women to like 53 men, which is pretty even split, right? Like even Steven, much better than what this guy was expecting. And he seemed rather blown away by the idea that there was dozens of women in a law school class. And he said, it just seems like, because I said, oh, I get tension headaches from like grinding my teeth. And he said, well, it seems like your job has adverse health effects on you. And I said, what? I don't understand. I'm so confused right now. Are you trying to imply that like, and it kind of came down to, I think because you're a woman doing something that is so outside of your wheel well that you exhaust yourself so emotionally trying to meet masculine standards, you're going to burn out much faster in your career.
Yeah, that happens.
So
Hold on. No, wait. Before we get too far into this, I see you, Durkin, and I'll let you go after this. But I just wanted to touch on something you said earlier, B. A couple things, actually, that you said. I don't know if you can still hear me, though. Oh, she went away. I'm not sure if she can hear me.
She said yes, I think.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So you said something that I want to touch on a little bit because I think this is an actual problem. You say things are misogynistic when they actually aren't in order to be inflammatory. And then
No. I don't mean for it to be inflammatory. I say it thinking that things are or interpreting them to be misogynistic. And I'm
it turns
quickly
out
told
you're wrong. Okay. That's a different thing.
Well, it's either like I'm wrong or maybe I'm being too sensitive
Sure.
or whatever it is. But if I call it out and again, I'm stating I'm an inflammatory person, but I've done that not to be inflammatory,
Okay.
but to state this just feels very
I
fucking
simply
weird right now.
misunderstood then. I thought that
That's
you were...
okay. Like last week, we were truly. There was a fuck. Last week, someone I consider myself friendly with was literally trying to guess when I would have been PMSing because he's like, I bet I can be dialed in onto your cycle. And I said, do you not see like every problem within this? And he said, no, I grew up with multiple sisters and my mom. Like, don't worry, I've definitely got it down. Like, I've got it dialed into like the week and the day, I bet. And it's just, I don't like, it's kind of funny, but it's also really not at the same time. It's just really bad.
Well, like
Sure,
some
keep
women
going.
are like pretty obvious when they are menstruating, and if it does affect them really poorly. I had one friend, her knees would go weak, and she would just fall, and we'd be like, "You're on your period?" She's like, "Yup."
Very
Like,
different from like,
I knew
I'm
that.
going to try and
So-
guess when yours is so I can see whether or not like you've been
But
particularly
that's what I'm
bitchy during
saying.
a
It
certain
would
time.
depend. Like they might actually notice a trend every month for
Well,
you specifically.
Right, but women don't usually disregard something someone says due to premenstrual syndrome. And yet when people say that, it is a way with which to easily discard something someone is stating because you don't like their
Sometimes,
point.
but you're assuming that all the guys are saying it that way.
I do want to get in here really quickly and say something. If I'm
Okay.
not
I think they
mistaken,
do, but go ahead.
if I'm not mistaken, on average, we assume that men, in comparison to women, anyways, especially white men, are the authority when they're speaking, right? So I don't even think it's just that you're a woman. It's in a male-dominated space. I think things like this happen in society, anyways. This is one of the reasons as to why intersectional feminists make the argument that women aren't being promoted due to institutionalized sexism that's deeply culturally ingrained in us.
I wonder...
Well,
just real quick. I wonder, right? Because you also mentioned that there was a man who was surprised that there were so many lawyers in your class. And I wonder if one of the reasons that people are surprised, men are surprised, even women, other women will sometimes be surprised by these stats,
Sure.
is that we have this narrative that women are being systemically kept out of these spaces, academically and professionally. And so, well, oh, wow, like, I didn't know that the patriarchy let women be lawyers, right, kind of deal, rather than, I don't know if
didn't
women
interpret
can
it
be
like
lawyers.
that. So
Right.
that's interesting. I interpreted it as he was shocked that we had, I guess more shocked, like, oh, I didn't realize that things had gotten that even, right? Like that women had made that much progress.
It could be
More
either
so,
way.
which
I don't know. I'm just...
Yeah, could
I
be one
see
or the other.
both, right?
And again, I want to be very clear because I don't want to get roasted whenever, I mean, I probably will get roasted whenever I go back. That's definitely a problem as well, right? I think that Destiny's mods, more than some others, really do make a sincere, concerted effort where if they blatantly stop anything nearing sexual harassment or nearing
Bullshit.
someone being creepy or someone being
Bullshit.
weird.
Only
What?
if you agree with them. Bullshit. I literally had multiple
think so?
people. Yeah, about a year ago, I literally had multiple people who disagreed with me, and they were saying, "I'm gonna rape you, Durka. Ooh, I bet you like it in the mouth." You know, like they were outright, and I would totally be like, "Free, are you gonna let that stand? What the fuck?" Like,
The monetization on
and
my
things like that.
YouTube
They're like, "Well,
channel,
don't."
gang.
And then they were
on,
like,
come on, let's be careful.
stop saying some dumb shit, and then you won't get that. And it's like, what? You're just gonna allow that
Okay,
shit?
I
And
just want to...
it took a while. I'm pretty sure it was Andrea who finally did it, a female mod. Who finally did
gang,
it.
just real quick. I don't mind you saying this, but can we just put F's in chat for the video, the ad space on my YouTube videos, right? When we have comments like that, it's F's in chat. If you guys can give me some super chats and stuff to make up for...
Wait, can you please stop and explain why? Wait, what?
Okay, so YouTube demonetize, or not, doesn't entirely demonetize, but when you talk about certain issues, right, your ads are limited on YouTube, right?
So we have certain words on YouTube that trigger certain.
Okay, so I can't say the
certain
R word.
bots, certain
Yeah, you can just like black it out or something. That's what you can
Oh
do.
my god!
N-words,
Okay,
slurs,
So
all right,
retarded.
okay.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
can I say that?
Yes, I'm not sure actually, but I know that grape
No, you can't say
and
that either.
PDF file and stuff. There's a reason they say that instead of the other ones. Is because
I did not even realize
it's all
my
good.
mistake.
It's all good. I'm just
No, it's my
using
mistake.
this.
I said it first.
I'm
Like,
just
sorry,
using
my
this
bad.
to try to get people to give me money, and because they can still sub, or super chat. I'm just saying. Okay.
I'll write
Yeah,
those up
all
in notes
I
when
gotta say
say
is
those words.
Durka ruined my
But
paycheck.
can
Give
you
me money
name?
now.
So Durka, you're saying that these mods are bullshit, right? That these mods.
No, bullshit what she just said, but
Okay.
I understand why she thinks it because they
Okay.
treat her differently. Because she
Yeah, and
agrees with them on their points. So if you disagree
When
with them
that's-
on their
yeah.
points, they're going to attack you viciously.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Remember, it was the
So
it was the same with Mr. Girl, even though he was really crazy. They did it with Zerko whenever because he was a big troll in the community. He didn't really say anything too crazy, but they banned him off. I think it happened to what's his name, Darius, or was it the other Corantos?
Well,
That also happened to him.
Even happened to him. He didn't break any TOS. It was just his views were different. He gave some weird logical, you know what he does, like, oh, what if you rape the hamster and stuff like that, things stupid shit like that, and then they just want to ban him for that. It's just a hilarious conversation. There's nothing TOS about it.
Yeah, so
To
it
that,
happens
to be
when-
honest. So
I've
I've been there
noticed-
since October. I have seen a lot of you're annoying the shit out of me. You don't leave space for other people to talk. You are going off about the hollow moon and how it's filled with dinosaurs and cheese, or trying to talk about COVID not being real. And I will see that get banned with a quickness. But it doesn't seem to be like you must agree that being a not a sock dem, and anarcho-capitalist is the only way to go forward in terms of a political ideology or something else. Or I know one of the mods is very, very religious, and he does not he doesn't give a shit if you are atheist or something else. I mean, he will definitely involve himself in those talks though, and like I immediately stop whenever I see a rig getting that passionate about something because I'm not going to try and risk like getting modded. But also I don't expect a space on the internet to be a free speech platform and to be protected all the time. So
I mean, so that's
Sure, but when you
Okay,
I want to give space to Darius.
go ahead.
Yeah, Darius, go ahead.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, this is so from my experiences, anyways. I mean, I speak for everybody else. This mostly happens to me in left-wing communities. Not to say this is all left-wing communities that I've been in, but there's a certain hegemony of thought that certain left-wing communities prefer to not have to deal with and to not have to debate or interact with. So they'll kick you, ban you, moderate you, what may you. But I've noticed that this doesn't necessarily happen in more conservative or right-wing dominated spaces. So maybe you being a female plays a factor. I'm not saying I would never tell you that it doesn't, but I can also tell you that it's more than likely going to be views more than anything else.
I also cannot hear female without thinking of the Ferengi Quark from Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So without like triggering anything, every time I hear a female, I just imagine that you've got big old ears and you're going, females and their clothes. It's inappropriate. You're letting them outside. I am.
That's hilarious.
With peace and love.
So here's another just stupid ass anecdote. But after like I was dogpiled,
I just can't handle it. So funny.
Yeah. After I was dogpiled one day and people were attacking me for about 2 weeks, I would just go into VC and people would be like, what do you think about trans, Durka? And I'm like, I don't want to talk about this. But they keep probing. And I'm like, fine, this is what I think. And then the whole VC jump blows up. And they're like, oh, there she goes. So about trans stuff. I'm like, everyone's asking me about trans stuff. Well, like, what am I supposed to do? Just like, I don't know. But then I talked to this girl, like after one of those dog piles, and then she was like, I believe everything you just said, but I would never have the balls to say it. They would destroy me. And they're like, I'm just so thankful that like a girl here is outspoken and trying to fucking do it. That's why I really appreciate you, B. Even though we disagree on like everything, you're a very loud and outspoken person. You'll be like, da 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 da. But that's what I'm saying. It's just that when you agree with them is why they will allow you to speak more freely.
I want to ask both of you specifically, but the panel as a whole, but both of the females here specifically, right?
Females. All right, Quark.
So when I was talking to Eli Bee, right, not to be mistaken with current Bee, right? She said something that frankly surprised me. That she would advise women who are in these spaces not to speak up or speak out about any treatment that they get that's they think is misogynistic or nature or being unfairly targeted as a woman. They would advise them, right? She would advise them not to speak up or speak out on that, right? I wonder if you agree and why or why not.
So Eli would suggest to people or women coming in to not speak out or speak up about, like, if you think that there's sexism or misogyny or something else. Is that correct?
Yes. So I'm not sure. Are you familiar with her specific situation? I don't want to make this too specific.
I'm barely familiar. I got off of Twitter and it was really great. I got really, really productive. My dog has really appreciated
Fair
it, so
enough.
I'm not like following a lot of these things on Twitter.
Sure.
Um,
Just a TLDR
I
then?
do. Excuse me?
Just a TLDR then to kind of catch you up,
Sure.
right? She made a tweet criticizing the DGG, certain
Mhm.
elements and people that are DGG adjacent, at least, for being too centrist in their approach and making excuses for red pillars and people who wanted to enslave her and things like that, in her words, right? And
Okay.
also in her words, right? The amount of pushback, vitriol, and attacks that she got from, quite a few people drove her out of the DGG community entirely, right? She no longer
Right.
feels or identifies or even wants to be a part of the DGG community. And the advice she would give to women who do and women who are just entering the space is not to speak up about this and keep your basically just not even try to have the conversation. And so, yes, I'm curious if you agree with that and why or why not.
I don't think it's the place to go and try and put in any particularly progressive feminism in terms of discussing gender roles or in terms of discussing sexual marketplace value. I would agree with her for the most part. I don't really think that it's not going to be a productive time.
So I just wanted to get in here a little bit. I don't necessarily believe that the DGG community has the right or wrong idea. I mean, that community has 10, 15,000 members. You have to operate from the framework that you're already in, and you can't moderate hundreds of people per day. Sometimes you have the personal responsibility as the individual person to find out whether or not this community is for you in the first place. And if you can't handle sexist comments, I'm sorry, but if I would never remain in the community if I could not handle the racist comments. I would just leave.
Okay, just real quick.
Do you think that makes it appropriate to tell women or...
Hey, just housekeeping. Joey, don't click on buttons.
Okay.
You keep...
Okay.
Just,
sorry.
Yeah, you keep going. You keep going.
No,
out.
It just said join voice, so I was like, okay. I'm trying to join
don't
voice.
click that.
Okay.
And if you have a camera, please turn it on for us.
Okay.
And you too, Darius, please.
My computer makes a really weird noise. I'm on my headphones right now.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think that thing of tough shit, if you can't handle it, you should get out of the kitchen, has kept old boys clubs to old boys clubs and kept people being cruel for a very long time. I'm not saying that it's okay. I don't think that's not, I'm still talking, but I'm still speaking. So I don't think that that's necessarily the best attitude moving forward. I understand change is incremental and glacial in pace. I don't think that leaving and giving, like, I've definitely been driven to tears. It does get really frustrating, especially being questioned. Or my favorite thing is, could you calm the fuck down? You sound so emotional right now.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. You're being really emotional about it whenever they're just like, is rape actually a form of a terroristic violence? Like, it's not really that bad, right? Like, being shot in the head is way worse than being raped, which I love things like that. They are my favesies. So I don't think that you're wrong, but you're not really right. I'm going to use the words of my old contracts professor.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that I'm right, and I'm not saying there's a one-size-fits-all solution. I'm not even saying that we have a solution right now. I'm saying that I've been in these positions before, and I'm like, hey, you know what? If I don't gel well in this community, and if people are reluctant to moderate other people for being an asshole to me, well, then I have the personal responsibility of seeing about or acting in a way that is in my own best self-interest, and I should leave a community as a result of that, or I should be mindful of how much time and who I interact with in this community as a result of that.
Wait, so you're saying that like the person who's being bullied should just leave instead of like the behavior of the community should change?
Ideally, ideals are one thing, pragmatics are another. Ideally, that people wouldn't be bullied or harassed at all, but pragmatically
should actually stop it, right?
Ideally, yes. Pragmatically, we don't live in a perfect world, and we should operate from the framework that we already have. People are going to be bullied and people are going to be harassed. And then when you have a community of 10, 15, 20,000 people, people aren't always going to come to your rescue all the time. So you have to act in a
So
way that
ideally, it does get shut down a lot by the other
Yeah,
men that
you're
I'm in the
arguing for the
VC
status
with.
quo. Yeah.
Truthfully, ideally, I don't even have to go to a reg quite often. And those things do happen in a lot of VCs, right? We were talking about what were we talking about the other week? Oh, but it will get to a point, like, for example, I very firmly feel, God, this is going to be great. I can't wait to say this. I very firmly feel that the idea of a body count is not just ludicrous, but there is no actual way for any man to verify anyone's body. There's literally no way for anyone to verify.
You cut a woman in half and you count the rings, okay? Like a tree.
Right, I know.
Like
I understand that. If she bleeds, then it's great. If not, but the thing is, women for hundreds of years have been getting around things like that. So I said the other day, you need to accept that having that as one of your pillars of determining someone's value is based in sexism and misogyny, based upon the idea that a woman loses value every time she sleeps with someone. And that went into like a 4-hour mishigas of people being very frustrated and not wanting to accept that inherent like decision-making factor is just, which again, I can't stop you from having that. But it is ludicrous. It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't have any actual value, and it's just based in sexism.
$10.
And if you can't accept that, then you can't accept that. Like, I'm ready to get roasted by the
I gotta make my money. $10 from Skill Tree Gaming to say I did plumbing and there were 0 female plumbers. Sometimes isn't some amount of representation of different sexes in different workplaces based on genuine levels of interest and not sexist gatekeeping.
Yes, absolutely. I actually went to construction, like it was home renovation technician was the course. It was a whole year course about everything, and there's even plumbing in it. And there was only one other girl in my class with me, and we were like, it was really funny because we were really catty on each other. Like I was really nice to her, but she was really threatened by me, and then like I don't know, it was all fucked up.
Okay,
it's actually bad when there's 2 women. If there's 1 woman, it's fine.
I want to get to you, B, real quick, but I want to give space to Joey, who hasn't had any space yet, and to weigh in on this. Welcome, first of all.
I joined DGG, the Discord space, I think relatively around the same time B did.
Okay.
And my experience as a female, is a little bit different, and I've seen B, and I guess how she is a little outspoken. She definitely makes her presence known. I've seen,
I'm also
regs,
deeply emotional. So
I've
deeply
seen
emotional
regs
as well.
like really stop the room of like 40 people. Especially when they would get a little misogynistic. Start saying kind of outlandish things to her, and basically not just give her the space to speak, but also defend her. And kind of ridicule the especially the one that would make the comment. So that's my experience there. I have experienced the clickiness too, but usually
would you agree or disagree, right? With Eli Bee, not to be mistaken with the current Bee,
I know,
but the Eli Bee's statement that she made that if you're experiencing or you think you're experiencing misogyny or sexism, to just not say anything, it's not worth it. Conversation can't be had currently, and just not to talk about it. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that, and why?
No, I disagree. I think that you should say something about it. Especially like, there are a few different regs there. Unfortunately, like what I would do is try to find the one that I know that would listen to me and hear me out and actually do something about it. And there are a few there.
Have you faced anything personally? Like, have people attacked you based on your gender?
No, never.
I mean, I guess everybody's going to have different experiences there. But
no, and again, Joey, you could not be more correct. I am deeply outspoken. I'm also very emotional at times. I fully take full ownership of all of those things. And the regs do defend me often. It's
Well, I don't know if you remember this experience before, because the one person I can actually say that I've actually heard something was with you, and there was one person that made a comment like when you were I guess getting a little bit more emotional about a topic that you brought up. They said, "Oh, what are you on your period?" And
Yes.
you know, the whole room kind of like there were a couple that kind of sided with this person, but the reg literally like stopped him and was like, "Are you kidding? Like, are you married?" The person said yes. Like, do you like say this to your wife?
Yeah.
How dare you? And
Yeah.
you know, like this person, like, because of the reg was made out to seem really, really bad, especially when you kind of like look at him on a personal level. So that's been my experience with that too. But I don't know if you remember that.
So exactly. And I really appreciate, and again, I think I've been saying that this whole time, like the regs do come in whenever it's really obvious and it's really appreciated. I have been really, let me see if I can, because of the intelligence of Destiny, obviously you would expect his audience to really be around the same area, and that's not fair. Or you would have expected them to take every 101 level class that you have. So like 101 philosophy to understand ontological or tautological, or 101 feminism, or 101 any of those other things, and a lot of them haven't, which is fine. So they definitely react to very overtly misogynistic things. But things where it's like, no, I just can't hear you whenever you talk to me like this, Bee. Like, honestly, you just need to calm it down. And I'll even jokingly state, all right, let me get very pillowy and I'll talk in a nice little up tilt.
Bee,
And maybe that will
just
make
real
what I
quick.
have to state so much better. Like, maybe that'll be so much nicer if it's really soft and really pillowy, which will, of course, deeply upset other people responding as well. And then I'll actually use my real voice and just demonstrate. You should be looking like that, Wick, because that's what Paris Hilton does in order to be able to be successful in the public. She absolutely changes her voice.
But
And sometimes,
just real quick, I want
Yeah,
to
sure.
touch on what B said there, because this is a question I had for Eli Bee too.
Mhm.
Is there a way, because obviously and maybe you won't agree. Do you think that you can ever be too emotional as a person, just in an argument? Do you think it's ever appropriate for someone to say, "Hey, you're being emotional, calm down," or do you think that's just off the table entirely?
So to me, hearing, can you slow down? I really want to hear what you have to state. I say that to others because I appreciate it being stated to me. I don't think, and again, this may be my profession, I do not believe that there is a way with which, I'm sorry, right now, a man can say to a woman, you're being too emotional, and actually have A, made a correct evaluation of whether they are too close to a topic or too emotional to discuss it. B, not have it be condescending and dismissive and meant to really knock someone down a few pegs. And C, be
thank
evidence
you
that
for
they're
the
actually
raid.
keyed into your opponent.
Sorry.
What?
Thank you for the raid, Sad Kit Kat. Gang, go follow Sad Kit Kat. Shout out, gang. Okay, carry on.
Okay.
Someone raided me on Twitch. They gave me stuff.
Oh, no, that's fine. So I don't think that that's actually possible, right? I think I had one of my friends who was getting very emotional the other day, and I messaged them privately and said, you're not acting like yourself. You usually are far more patient. You seem very irritable, like what's going on? And they said, well, I'm quitting smoking. And I said, got it. I totally have room for that. I get that. That makes a lot of sense. Why don't you and I talk about that? Because you're definitely not acting the way that you usually do. But it's never like that. It'll be, oh my God, B, you're just like, you just need to leave. Like, I understand that we may have pushed you to being this emotional, but you should probably just leave if you're actually going to be this upset about like online things or whatever else, which of course that gets frustrating too, right? And it would be, I don't believe it's ever possible or all right for an argument partner, except in deeply intimate situations, like my boyfriend, one of my best friends or close
Sure.
friends, to say to me, are you okay? You do seem like really emotional or really out of it right now. Or maybe this is touching something too deep for you. And like, let's take a deep breath and take a step back. I don't believe that can ever happen, especially in a large VC. There's no way.
And I don't want to say, I
Also,
think we
Joey,
usually
go
call it out ourselves, right? Like especially when we're hyper passionate about something. Unfortunately, like as a woman, you have to kind of say, oh, well, even though we're passionate about it, and men might not have to say this, but we'll easily say like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit too emotional about the subject. I know I've heard B say this before. I've said it before. Like, I'm
Right.
sorry, I'm being a little bit too emotional.
Or I'll say, I'm really passionate
I-
about this, so I
Mhm.
really need you to understand my frustration's not with you. It's with this subject as a whole. But whenever people say, why are you so emotional? For example, someone said that the other day when we were talking about, it was like Ben and Grace Thorpe. And I said, I don't first off, I'm not going to pretend that being a non-emotional automaton is a desirable thing. I don't think that it is. I also don't believe at all that not having emotion or expressing that is a bad thing, and I'm not going to allow myself to be shamed to do that. I'm an adult. I know when it's appropriate to express emotion, and I will do so at my leisure. Thank you. Or I don't need your input, or I'm shocked you feel comfortable enough to say something like that is usually how I respond to people asking if I'm about to bleed.
I understand.
So,
I don't just before you go, Parallax, and I'll let you go next. I just want to express I don't know if I disagree. I don't know if I agree with that. Sorry. I think that there are times when not only is it appropriate, but it's also something you absolutely should do in public spaces. Like if I have someone on my stream and it becomes apparent, right, that there is a problem, right, that they are having some sort of emotional issue, I think I need to talk about that, right? Like I need to be like, hey, if you can't calm down, I can't have you on my show because this is not, I don't want to make a spectacle of your breakdown, right? Like I don't want to make a spectacle of someone having because one of the things that they did with Anna that I was disgusted by is people would bring her on, trigger her emotionally, watch her break down, and then make fun of it, right? And monetize it.
That's fair.
Yep.
And I don't think that's right. But I think he was a
Lav
host.
has been treated similarly as well. I think Lav has been leveraged similarly. Probably not as much of a breakdown in the way that it is with Anna.
Okay.
But I would think that she's absolutely been treated similarly.
Okay.
Also, wait, I'm so sorry, Wick. I have someone else from DGG who would like to come in. She's been in DGG for years, but she just cannot be on camera. She's not comfortable with that. Okay, great.
We have to be able to hear her, but yeah.
You can absolutely hear her. She's been in DGG for years.
So I've got two things. First of all, I think that in my experience, sexism in the space manifests less in like direct. It seems to be almost benevolent sexism.
Is that
I see a lot of
your
times.
Sexism, Parallax? Is it benevolent?
Mine's benevolent. No, mine is direct and true and pointed. No, I see it in a lot of benevolent sexism ways. So I see it in ways that are like, and so I've often said right out loud, like, Stabby, you can tell everybody later how mad you are about this, but Stabby's already said this and everybody ignored it, and now a man's gonna say it and you guys are gonna fucking pay attention to it, and I will repeat verbatim what she said, and because a man said it, it is an argument is now more well received. This is something I see all the time. I don't see a lot of. Someone earlier said something about like targeted bullying. I don't think I see
that. Drives me more to tears than almost anything else. Is whenever it can be a Parallax who says, "Let me just, all right, this is what B said," and say it out, and they'll say, "Yeah, that's the end of the entire argument." And I'll think,
"Yeah, I've done it with you as well, B."
Yeah, that'll make me cry. That will actually drive me to tears because it gets so frustrating.
But yeah, I more often than not, when I see sexism in the space, I genuinely see it in like really like hand wavy dismissive forms where people hand wave the arguments of women and they're much more dismissive of arguments of women. Someone who will go unnamed sent a DM after a conversation one time apologizing to the same female who I just mentioned earlier. Because she had provided an actual source in an argument. And I provided the same source later in the argument, and they read it when I provided it, but hadn't when she hadn't. And that's the ways I tend to see it manifest. But I'm also a dude, so perhaps I don't see the more insidious side.
So welcome to Kat.
Hi.
Hi, Kat.
I also, short form, agree wholeheartedly with what you said, Wick. I think at some point you have a responsibility. If someone has like an exceptionally high level of emotional investment into the conversation, to be responsible around their emotions. I agree wholeheartedly.
So Kat, B said you wanted in on this conversation. You had some thoughts. I want to give you some space to air those thoughts. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there's kind of a little bit of nuance in this. I think a lot of the sexism is kind of like, it's not super obvious in a lot of ways. Like from the regulars, I don't think it's like, typically from like quote unquote like regulars, it's not like, oh,
and we're talking about DGG specifically.
Yeah, no, I know. No,
I'm just clarifying.
Thank you.
Some people are talking in general. Some people are talking DGG specific. I'm just curious what you're talking.
In DGG, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I think that a lot of the regulars do the same thing that you guys mentioned. like I've made arguments before, and then someone will come in, unnamed people, will come in and like make the same exact argument, and that'll be really well received from them. Maybe they make it a little better. It's plausible, but they sometimes literally repeat what I said, and they suddenly are having it be heard. I think another big problem is over talking, though I think this happens to everyone. It's kind of nuanced because like sometimes for myself, people like quote unquote white knight, and then other people will get pissed at them for like saying, hey, let Kat talk or something like that, but then they'll also overtalk. It's like it's not simple. And I think that's the key to like the sexism in DGG. It's not just straightforward sexism.
Not straightforward, it's more kinky. Okay. I guess
Sure.
I would ask, right? Because I hear this a lot, like that, oh, I make this argument, then a man comes in and makes the same exact argument, and they are taken seriously, and I am not. I don't know if this is a gender, maybe it is, but I've experienced the same thing where I come in new to a space, not respected in the space, the people don't like me in this space. I will make the argument, right? And then someone who is respected in this space, who is involved in this space, comes in and makes the same argument. They're taken seriously. I'm not. So I wonder how much of it is that rather than the woman versus man dynamic. I'm just.
Yeah, this makes perfect.
Can I respond
sense,
to that?
This makes perfect
I actually
sense.
have a little bit of I've like a little bit of context to who I am. Like I'm a PhD student. I only talk about topics I know about.
Okay.
I don't generally talk about things that I don't know about and I don't have a study for. I'm pretty like a serious I'm like a serious person when it comes to this stuff. Like I don't fuck, or can I swear?
Fuck no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you
oh wait.
swear. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay.
Yeah, no, we can swear here. That's why I was gonna say this makes perfect sense
just
because Wick
bleep
is a
out.
bitch, so I wouldn't. You know, he fits right in.
But yeah, no, I think I'm like a pretty reasonable, serious person when it comes to debates. I'm willing to I've been in this space for almost 5 years.
Okay,
People
so
know
It's
me.
called heap heating, by the way, Kat. Heap heating.
So you've been
I had
in
no idea I had
DGG
a title.
specifically for about 5 years, then? You're
On
well
and
known
off.
there, respected.
On and off for 5 years. I joined in 2018 when I saw a Destiny video on YouTube. I haven't been in there the entire time, but probably a good 3 years of that.
Okay, so fair enough. Okay, so in still in your estimation, it is you are not taken seriously in part, at least. And I understand it's nuanced, but there is this kind of micro sexism that you experience, whereas people are just less inclined to take you seriously.
Yeah, I think there's another element though that isn't direct sexism, but I would say it's more like in society sexism. So like I think women are socialized to talk kind of how I talk. Make qualifying statements or like qualifiers to their statements, be a little nervous when there's a big room, not so indoctrinated into debate culture. So when they show up in debate spaces, it can be a little surprising. And I think a lot of the women who are interested in debates just go to like real life debate stuff, because when I go to real life debate stuff, I see about 50-50 men and women.
Yes.
So I think that's kind of a complicating factor.
What I want to touch on that. What's the difference between these two spaces? Why do you think
Oxford Cambridge Union isn't shouting down or talking over women or trying to explain their points or their areas of expertise to them. Kat is a PhD student in a very specific tailored area, without giving too much away, very specific tailored area, and she's exceptionally smart in that area. And I think, if I remember, like 2 weeks ago, someone sent Kat back a study that she had posted hours earlier, and she said, yes, I know about this. Like, I contributed to this fucking study. I'll get areas of law explained to me very often.
Shout down about her getting shouted down, B.
Well, my question, to be clear, right? So is I understand that there is a difference in how they're treated, but I'm trying to get at and maybe I was being unclear as to why this difference exists. Why do they not do this in the Cambridge very in-person debate spaces? But why?
Well, those are public, and they know they're going to be
so it's
watched.
public,
And I think that they
that's-
also just genuinely
okay.
have respect because they see a lot more women in there. I think in DGG, it's assumed there's maybe 5 women. They don't believe it's ever going to be public, so they don't really give a shit about who hears what or anything else like
So
that.
the anonymity of it is what you would blame on
Well,
it?
and I think
Go ahead.
I think also it's more very controlled, very like because it's not only that it's public, but also that like usually these big kind of Cambridge debate spheres, they are either controlled settings where because I have a friend that is in kind of like debate class going for this kind of way, kind of in their job career, where it's very controlled, very timed responses, where there's enough time here, and then they can rebuke that or respond to that, and then it's back and forth where it's very controlled, where it's like signs to move over here, signs to do this. While here it's more of it's blood sports. It's who can get in the most words, who can be the loudest, who can insult this guy fastest, or who has the longest insult sometimes, which is the best. But it's one of those things where I think that even though the debate sphere and kind of like politics online in general has existed for a very, very long time, I've been in this kind of realm, started with Ben Shapiro but went into Destiny about 2019. I've been in it for about like 10 years. But like it's one of those things where it's never really changed. It's never really gotten better, except for like the representation that is shown, right? Generally back in the 2016 2017 era, jumping on YouTube and this kind of stuff, you would always see like they're always belittling like women or like attacking people of color or something like that. But now it's more, there's more representation. A lot of these kind of right-wing spaces are getting a lot more diverse. Because they kind of like are using it as a tactic or not, whichever. But it's one of those things where the diversity is definitely there, but I think that the ways that people still handle it, and I think not to be too crazy here, but I think particularly very large white creators usually don't respond well. And I'm not talking about Destiny here. I'm talking. I mean, Hassan had a huge problem, especially when he brought on that right-wing gay TikToker, and the way that he handled that was abysmal. But it was one of those things where it's like
Hassan white.
Sorry, I forget he's Turkish, I think, or something like that.
Yes,
and his English is a second language, I think. That's the excuse he runs with.
Okay. We can move past this, right? Carry on.
But anyways, and this will be the last thing before I go. I apologize. Thanks for having me on. Blah blah blah.
Oh, thank you.
But I think whenever referring back to how women are like either talked over or like whenever a man says something to a woman, there's a perfect example of this because Destiny did it on one of his streams whenever he had Farah on. Whenever Miss Molino jumped onto a podcast with BMW or DMD or something, where how she was like being maligned, she was being attacked, she was basically being called like a whore or the S word or something like that. Like she was basically being attacked, or like Destiny's wife. Basically, they wouldn't even use her real name. It's one of those things where it's like whenever Destiny's on those podcasts, whenever Destiny's talking and stuff like that, they're very cordial, they're very serious. They're like, oh, okay, that's really understandable. No, I get that, and stuff like that. But whenever like women jump on, or whenever women that really disagree with them jump on, they'll be like, oh, it's just another, it's another woman talking, like she's gonna blurt out some nonsense, she's just being emotional. It's like, well, but come on, guys, like if Destiny was there in that room, you guys would be totally cordial. Oh, this is Destiny's wife, we gotta cool down, guys. It's like, no, dude, you gotta, it's just kind of the red pill, and I think that's infecting Destiny's subreddit, where it's like there's a lot of like red pill individuals in there that really, unconscious or not, do not respect the words or do not like see them on the same level
So
as.
have you noticed a change?
men.
Not to interrupt you, and I know you have to go, but just real quick before you do, have you noticed a change in this, an uptick in this since he started engaging with the red pill communities?
100%, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
It started specifically with, I think, whenever Sneeko and stuff like that jumped on, and then mainly when he started arguing with Fresh and Fit. I think it was his third podcast. He got a lot of viewers and a lot of subscribers and stuff like that, and a lot of people to his Discord. But I started to see a very large uptick of very strange, because I've been a part of his Discord group, even though I don't really talk in there. I've been in there for about, I think, a year and a half now. But the comments I still get, and like the stuff in general, or the stuff in the debate, sections of stuff, I see a lot of the arguments in there, with a lot of comments. And I'm like, dang, this is getting a little crazy. This is getting a little wild.
But Isn't that part of the mission statement though for Destiny, right? Though is so he's bringing them into his fold, right? And slowly but surely they'll be introduced to more ideas, different topics, different ways to look at things, and through intersectionality and their ability to process new information, they should be able to theoretically break out of kind of some of the thoughts they have. I think the idea of getting them into his space is to get them out of red pill echo chambers and to
Yes,
expose
Right,
them.
but the
that's
unfortunate thing about that is that he has to
stop. Everyone,
expose.
please. Everyone, please. Right? Everyone, please. Right? So this goes back to the whole topic at hand that Eli Bee brought up initially. Having these people in our space, should women have to put up with that? Right? Put up with these people in their community in order to help them change.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I don't see it changing. I don't see Destiny actively trying to tell these red pillars that they should be treating women online better. I think he already is doing a lot by going on Fresh and Fit and having Melina go on these other podcasts and like embarrassing with Angela Knight, MLD or something else. I don't see it changing. So the only thing I see, and again, Kat's absolutely right. If I come in, I don't think I've ever had the privilege of being soft-spoken or unsure of myself or anything else. I've always probably been about as divisive as I am, unfortunately. So it would be really
one-on-one conversations with you about nothing important that feel like I'm being cross-examined, just to be clear.
Well, yeah,
So-
one last thing. I'm sorry, last thing. I get the understanding that he's trying to bring him into the fold and trying to convert him and stuff like that. And how much the question is though is how much time is it going to take? How hard is he really trying? And like what Mr. Wick said is how many people will have to be affected by this negatively until something actually starts to move forward? Because again, he's been in this red pill space for like a year and a half now, I think, or almost
But do you think that
full
these
year,
people
over
are
a year now?
actually met with acceptance?
Joey, go ahead, please.
But do you think that these people are actually met with acceptance, or are they seen as trolls and a reason to have these kind of, debates with? Because I don't see a lot of these people like really met with acceptance, like, oh, hi, like welcome to DGG.
Well, yeah.
I think that they're mainly seen as trolls, and it's meant for a conversation, or a debate. I haven't really seen them met with open arms, like welcome to GGG. Like
I try to approach them.
Stop, please stop. Okay, so Joey has made a claim, right? Joey has said that, and forgive me if I phrase this wrong, but as I understood it, right, that they aren't actually being accepted; they're being treated as content, not people.
Yeah.
Me, I am.
Or trolls, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's true. I try to approach them because my younger brother was red pill for a while. And the way in which he says, and he's my best friend, he's also the funniest person I've ever met, including myself, which takes a lot for me to admit that someone's funnier than I am. But the one thing that he said that was really helpful towards getting out of that whole mindset was whenever, I remember very clearly him saying, yeah, I'm dating this one girl and I think I'm just going to be like mean enough to her to like make her break up with me. And I stopped my little car in the middle of the road because I was driving him to school. And I said, so if I had a boyfriend who treated me like that, what would you do? I'd beat him up. And I said, okay, and you don't think that you're doing the same thing by putting that energy out? And he said, fuck. Okay, fine.
But
I guess I've gone through that.
On DGG, do you really see them being accepted?
On DGG, I don't know. So whenever I try to talk to someone, I say, all right, I'm really interested in this. Is there any way I can convince you that red pill is actually hurting our chances of being with any woman? And we'll try and go from there. And I'll start commenting on, listen, when you say things like sexual marketplace value, women have always been valued and been told that your value stops after the age of 30 or something else like that, that you should just be ground up into Soylent Green. And I promise you, life still continues after being 30. And if you don't change that mindset, you're going to have a very hard time finding anyone that wants to be with someone where their relationship feels like it has an expiration date. Because if they think that you turn into a pumpkin at 30 the same way they do, why would they want to be invested in you? And that has sometimes resulted in me saying, don't be a weirdo, and them saying you're an ego cunt, like just happened the other night, which seems like disproportionate responses, but whatever. But I don't know. I think being red-pilled is
But you
I'm-
remember like last year when I think it was with you that there was a certain person that came in very like red pill hot, started making the comments about like being like 30 plus and you not having any value as a and it was one singular person that came in very, very hot, very trolly. And he was like interrogated, he was ridiculed, and then, you know, to some point, some people kind of admired his fact that, or admired the fact that he could take on a room full of like 30, 40 people. But he later left.
I wasn't the one doing that
platform. Though. Yeah.
Right. That was, and I don't even think guys were doing that to try and change his mind about women. I think that they were doing that just because.
I want to give space to Kat a little bit. She was trying to get in.
Yeah.
It's harder for her because she doesn't have a camera, so she.
Yeah, I can't really raise my hand.
I tend. Oh, sorry, God.
You keep saying the last thing, buddy, and we like to have you here. But...
I know, I'm sorry. I just gotta, because I disagree super hard with what she just said. It doesn't matter if they're accepted. This is the last thing. If it wasn't mattered,
Cat space.
I'm so sorry. This is the last thing. I'm so sorry. One last thing, and I'll bounce. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter if they're accepted or being treated as a troll. If they're not taken seriously, nothing will change. Okay, sorry about that.
So I tend to agree with Joey that I do think the room tends to go against, you know, red pill trolley people pretty hard. I think, not to toot my own horn, I think I'm one of the few people who does kind of take a different approach.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah.
What's your different approach? And can you, because I'm curious about this. Do you think it's more helpful, less helpful, neutral, just kind of a different way to get to the same place? What do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm experimenting with it, but how I usually approach like red pill conversations is like acknowledging, yeah, there is a problem. You're valid in your feelings of like feeling that it's hard to find a partner sometimes, especially if you're not like, you know, the most attractive or the most successful. It can be hard. And women, if you don't have a lot of experience with women, can be hard to socialize with. But that doesn't mean making an overgeneralization about how like women act and how women behave is the right answer. Why not do these policies? And then I give them like a list of policies. And usually if they're good faith, they're usually pretty receptive. If they're bad faith, then they're probably going to say something that gets them banned anyway, because the mods usually do ban these kinds of people if they say crazy stuff.
So one of the so this is kind of the contention that I'm getting. What I think Joey is saying, and I don't know you very well, Joey, so I may be misinterpreting. Forgive me if I am. Right?
No, it's okay.
Is that while they may say they're being accepting of people in the community, right? That we aren't, or DGG isn't, I should say, actually accepting these people, and that's a problem, and that's why they're not going to change, right? Because as B mentioned, we aren't seeing much change. It's glacial, at least, right? So I'm wondering if that's if this is like a counterproductive thing, right? So we're not actually accepting them in, we're simply using them, milking the cows, and sending them home, basically, right? Yeah, I don't know. I like B.
I don't know that they necessarily. Yes.
Do you think that your route of doing this is effective for your goals?
So when I came into DGG, I really wanted to talk about the sexual assault culture. And what I didn't realize was that sexual assault to men is a lot about false rape accusations. And which is valid. They're concerning. They're really tough. They are, rape happens to men. Let me go from my basis. Rape happens to men and women. I will be using gender language because the majority of victims are women in this case. The majority of false rape accusations are levied against men, to be clear. But they happen both ways, every way, so on and so forth. Happy Pride. However, whenever I said, so that's a very legitimate concern, but that is 0.001% of the pie that makes up sexual assault. So us not discussing men who are going to continue testing a woman's, who are fine with wearing a woman down and getting her to sleep with you and like coercive sex, and think that just because that just barely meets the legal definition of not being rape, it's not rape and they're good to go, or getting a woman drunk enough that she can't tell the difference between you and a wall. And they'd say, well, now you're not listening to my valid concerns. And I'd think, no, I am. But if we had an hour and we spent 10 minutes discussing this, that's more than enough time being proportioned to false rape accusations. But 50 minutes of that hour should be devoted towards preventative things, working on consent for men and women, right? Working on reading better like body signals. And I find that even whenever I do approach red pillars with any semblance of kindness or something else, they're not accepting it because I just don't think that they even, I don't know if they don't recognize that or don't want that. I did give a compliment to a red pillar. I said, that's a really good point. They said, I just don't fucking trust anything that you state because I don't know why. I don't know if it was because I was a girl or not. I don't know that they want anyone to really break their worldview or change it.
I think, go on, Joey, please.
Well, see, I was
real
going to
quick,
kind of correct you on
I don't have like
the
anything to contribute on DGG, so that like blue-haired guy doesn't do much for me. So y'all have fun. I'll
Bye,
catch you next
Parallax.
time. Bye to the fucking boys.
Bye.
Bye. Well, I was just going to correct because where I'm going to say is like with the space where it's accepting, I think that they are accepting of different like views, even the red pill community. But the thing is when most of these people do come into, especially the Discord, they come in very hot and heavy. They come in very problematic. They start using slurs. They're using hate speech. So obviously they are going to get banned. But when you come in there with a level of like wanting to communicate, wanting to debate, like actually having a conversation, usually they stay in. But it's when the conversation kind of goes south very quickly and they start again like using certain words that get them banned. It's not that they're not just being accepted because of their views. It's because of their take and their stance on it. And how their view goes from just them talking about it to them becoming a little bit too passionate and later on getting themselves banned. But I do think that it's accepting of DGG is pretty accepting of a lot of views. It's just I
guess
where you're going to take
that's right. I think that's right, but also I think another kind of really big topic when it comes to sexism in DGG is perspective. Because like I don't know about everyone else, all the women in DGG, though they tend to be, and from what like my anecdotal experience, highly educated and like have a lot going on in their life. I think if you treat DGG as just like a hobby, like any other hobby, and you realize that you need to take a break from it, you need to go in other places that are less toxic, even if you spend a lot of time online, then it becomes a lot more manageable. I would say semi-rare instances of like sexism. I think that is a really, 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 really big thing from my perspective. Taking breaks is good. Treating as just a hobby is good. Keeping perspective is good. And not letting yourself, like basically realizing nothing turns on these conversations, really. Most people don't get their mind changed through debate. And just kind of having fun with it is really important to me personally.
Can I ask, because I think this isn't just a DG thing. I want to the online spaces have this problem just in general. I can't think of an online space that is large enough that does not have at least some level of kind of this problem in let's call it the women question. Okay. Let's call it the women question. How do you treat women? You're muted, so I couldn't hear your
female question. Female question's better. Let's just all be Ferengis about it.
The female question, okay?
I'm gonna post. I wish I had a Ferengi filter right now. That would be so great.
How do we treat women online in our spaces, in our communities, and how do we deal with them? Because there's, as I said at the beginning of the stream, there are two forms of misogyny that I see. Right? One is the traditional misogyny, which we've talked about a lot, but there's a neo-misogyny that I've seen a lot. Is that women must be protected at all costs from being challenged, from being questioned, from being talked back to, from being overspoken and things like that. We must protect them because they really can't handle it. They're so oppressed. They're such an oppressed minority. We can't have them have the same rules as the men have. This is I would say, equally dehumanizing, right?
No.
You disagree?
I don't understand what your
seen
point.
That problem?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, well, let me explain it. So, if I go in a place, I'll just tell you from my perspective and what I have seen and observed, right? If I go into a chat room, I make a really bad point. People yell at me, scream at me, call me the 𝕬𝖎, all these things. I just take it, right? That's fine. A woman does this, and there is a certain type of person who will say, no, you can't do this to her. Why aren't you letting her speak? You should listen. You should just believe her, right? Do you
No,
not think this
women
happens?
definitely do get used. No, they get used as a cudgel by men to beat each other up often over not allowing women to speak. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to talk over her. I've regularly made bad points, and I would say every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, there's a Let's Fix B day, during which I get a lot of unsolicited criticism and advice about how to either improve my method, my posture, the way my breasts are faced, the way I contour my makeup if I happen to appear on camera. All of my DMs get flooded with things like that. But it also happens in a VC to the point where I say, I don't receive this. I didn't ask for this feedback, and I don't know why you thought that it would be welcome, but I don't welcome it. So I don't know what that's like. I do see people white knighting, but again, I'd like to point out that using me as a javelin with which to try and prick your enemy does not make you any better than someone talking over me.
Doesn't make you an
So
ally.
again,
It's also
no,
misogyny.
it
That's why I
doesn't.
called
But I
it
also think,
neo-misogyny. That's the word I
I
use.
also think though that saying, hey, shut up, let someone else talk, and making room for her to possibly just exist next to you and allowing them to speak is not neo-misogyny. Because again, I have to say, for the exception of me, Joey and Kat have beautiful, melodic, siren-like voices. My voice is at a dull roar always. Like, it will always be audible no matter what. So I don't want to say I don't have this problem. I recognize that it's a very real problem. However, even if I raise my voice a lot and I talk to you like this to be heard, it's very easy for you to go, whoa, B, calm down. There's no need to be so emotional right now at all. And then that just like drives someone to madness. So I don't believe that's neo-misogyny. I think there are some people genuinely trying to make room because they do want to hear. It's funny, and you're right, it does point out madness. And I've definitely tried to leave and just like not be nearly as emotionally invested because I don't.
Go on.
People here aren't worth changing or trying to change. So I'm going to be a better arguer and trying to be a better debater. But for the exception of like one or two people, I think I'm far too, I don't want to say too good of a person. I just don't trust that any of them are going to change. Again, I don't think any of the misogyny is ironic. It's not funny, certainly. And it's usually just done because they think that everyone else is laughing, and it's not.
Do the rest of you women here, females, I guess, if that's the word we're going to use.
Females, you should just rename this the Ferengi
the
chat.
female discussion. So Joey and Kat, do you agree with B's assessment of my take here? Am I off base by your opinion?
I think it can be a form of misogyny, but I don't see it happen as much in DGG personally.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
can't speak for DGG specifically. I'm just saying in general.
Sure. Yeah, in general, yeah, it exists, and I would consider that sexism too.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think calling out bad behavior is okay. I don't think that that's like another form of misogyny. I do think that like taking away from my power, especially my viewpoints of just going, okay, just believe her or whatever, because I've come to Discord to have discourse, to be able to debate. So if you take away my power in that, then yes, I think that's also a form of like of misogyny, but I don't see it very often in a lot of places. But I think I kind of agree with B on this. But I have seen a lot of white knighting as well. But yeah.
Not even genuinely listening, white knighting. Just, wow, man, you're not going to let Joey talk? She never talks. Like, you can fucking let her speak in here. And then they'll be like, shut up, bitch. And then that's 7 minutes gone by that point in time. Well, Joey's like, I still just wanted to make a point about what I was talking about.
I don't disagree that with your assessment that it is used as a cudgel and things like that. But I will stand by my assertion that this is something I've observed time and time and again. It's this idea that women cannot take the same level of stuff that men take, and therefore must be protected from it. I see
So
that.
this is
a
my
lot.
problem with what you're stating right now, Wick, is that you assume that women get the same level of stuff, if not more so. And I think that if you walked a day in a woman's shoes, you would see, regardless
High heels
of
or no?
No.
I don't think you can handle my high heels, but I appreciate the attempt.
I'm
regardless,
real with you. I've tried
Thank
high heels
you.
before. It did not
Right,
work.
right, and I'm not
I
going to
can't walk in them
be.
either.
Yeah, I'm not going to be. I can run a marathon in mine, but that's neither here nor there nor anywhere. I don't think that it's appropriate to keep saying things like that because, again, even just a conversation with someone I considered friendly, where they're trying to dial in to what I call it Shark Week, but when I'm actually menstruating, so they can guess when I'm PMSing the next time that happens, is wild. Because that happening with a group of people over 25 is something where it's like, I don't even know how to tell all of you that this is deeply inappropriate because it all feels like you should all know this is deeply fucking inappropriate. And I don't know why are we doing this right now? And maybe that's on me for not saying more. It gets really exhausting being thought of as being like a bitch. I tend to consider myself a nice person. I knit things for all of my friends and I knit gifts for them often and everything else. I rescue dogs. However, it does, I don't know, it does, I don't think I'll ever be I don't think I'm capable of being as likable as Joey or Kat is, to give them both credit.
I would give space
I think
to
you're very
someone-
well respected.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's kind. I appreciate that.
I want to give space to 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 here. Is that how you say your name? 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙?
Yeah. Hi.
𝕾𝖍𝖎.
Hi.
So I've been in DGG for since 2017, I think. Although I'm kind of I actually don't know any of you. Because I'm kind of more of a lurker. But I'll have to like poke all of you afterwards or whatever, because it's always nice to talk to more women in DGG. Like I'm in a few discords. And I've made like friends, and I was on the Rust server, and like this community, like I have a lot of love for this community, because I do like playing video games a lot, and like I've made like quite a few friends, and we all game together and stuff. But okay, so one of my biggest pet peeves, I guess, I don't know if anyone has mentioned this here, but like I'll mention it because like I fell asleep and then I came back and tuned in and saw that it had turned into an open panel. So I would really like, I said this on the subreddit a long time ago, if people would just treat me like I was a fucking human instead of, oh, you're a woman, or I love women, you know, or like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I just,
right, okay, yeah.
That women get treated like we're like some sort of otherworldly being. And
female.
we're not, we're just fucking people. Can you please just treat us like we're people? I just want to be treated the same as you treat everybody else. And like when I talk on the subreddit, if people don't know that I'm a girl or whatever, I feel like maybe I might get like different, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Although like now it's in like my little name thing. But yeah, like I feel like sometimes when I go into certain spaces and I talk, people don't necessarily think, oh, you're a girl, so it doesn't matter, or like if they don't know I'm a girl, I feel like maybe it might change the way in which they, you know, talk to me or whatever. Although we are socialized in some ways differently. There's been a bunch of really good points made about how difficult it can be. Like we get talked over. I get talked over when I go into spaces and try to do debates and all that kind of shit. Because it can be harder. But yeah, like I don't like this. And like that's one of my biggest contentions with incels and all the red pill shit, and this idea that like men and women are like so different that we might as well each be alien to each other or something. And it's very stupid.
Can I see you, B. I see you. But I want to get.
But yeah, no, go on. I'm done.
I want to get a couple other people in here too, and I have a question to kind of guide us along a little bit, if you don't mind. How do we fix this? Right. So we've identified the problem, I think. And we can argue on the edges of the problem and how deep it goes and where the rot spreads and some of the symptoms. But I think we all here can agree, and most people watching will probably agree, that there is some level of a problem here. So I guess in the interest of, you don't think so?
No.
Which part of that are you shaking your head to? That there's a problem, or that most people would say that there's a problem?
I don't think many people are going to believe there's a problem. I think a lot of it's going to be chalked up to sensitivity. I'll bet you $5 and petting my dog for 15 minutes that it's going to be chalked up to sensitivity.
Go ahead.
I think it's definitely complicated. I think it's really hard to disentangle the factors, but I do think that there is a clear solution, which is just not going in DGG as much, or like everyone should be doing.
Yeah.
Like
Wait,
I
not
think the
going
realistic
just real, just
because
to clarify before you go on, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want clarity on this. When you say don't go into DGG as much, are you saying just to kind of like lead the space entirely, or
no. I
Okay.
mean touch grass, like so to speak, like that metaphor.
Oh,
I mean go outside, like understand that like this space is a trolley crazy memey space that should not be your primary social interaction. It shouldn't be the men's primary social interaction, but as I'm sure we all know, for a lot of them it is, unfortunately. So yeah, I think just going outside is the number one cure that you can do yourself to this. I think the mods try their best. I think they have lives for the most part. Like knowing the mods that I know off the top of my head, a lot of them work full time, a lot of them are in school and can only moderate so much. I think getting more mods would be probably a good idea,
Definitely.
but
Yes.
like that have more time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I understand that they can't always be there. So I would just recommend just being a little bit more intentional with your time.
What do the rest
Agree,
of you
Kat.
agree?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I definitely think for DGG, like more interchangeable like mods would be great.
Yeah.
Interchangeable mods. What does that mean?
Like just different
Like
mods.
a relief
like,
pitcher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, like a relief pitcher. Yeah. Just new faces, new ears.
Are any of you on the subreddit, or are you mostly talking about the Discord?
Discord.
I'm mostly talking about the Discord. I am on the subreddit. I think I've been on the subreddit since. So this is weird. So I haven't been a part of the Discord, but I followed Destiny since like 2012, since he had a conversation with
nice.
XJ9. If you know about that at all, like,
Yeah.
right? Exactly. So, but I've never dipped in or been involved in the community. And if I ever comment on the Discord, I've never really paid enough attention to notice people responding back or forth. I do notice though, I don't know if it's online spaces. I don't know. Whenever I say like women aren't on the internet, like, well, what the fuck are they doing? They're not just outside like a sunflower, which that would be lovely if they were, but like there are also women online as well, just doing stuff. I know that for a fact. Like I run online spaces, but I also don't game, so that may be a large detractor.
I think women are on the it's just that we're not in the same spaces as men. Because like I've been on the internet since like I was in grade 6, you know,
Right.
and like I've been on the I'm like a computer person, and I've been on the internet for a very long time. But the kind of spaces that I would inhabit were more like fandom-y spaces or whatever, because like there are a lot of women.
I wrote a lot of fan fiction too.
Yeah, there are a lot of women who participate like creatively in those sorts of spaces, whereas the kind of spaces that men go to are a little bit different. And like, yeah, it's changing a little bit now, but like Wick asked earlier, what do we do about it? Like, I think that the answer really, and I don't know, like, is to like, I guess, is having more women in these spaces.
Yeah,
like,
unfortunately.
Overwatch, I don't get as much shit as I would if I was playing like a different game, because that there are a lot more women who play Overwatch, and I encounter them almost every day on the voice chats.
So one of the issues I'm seeing here, or hearing, I should say, is if the solution, as Kat says, is to just lessen your time in the space, go touch grass more, etc., right? And then Eli Bee earlier, right? Not the current Bee, the Bee we had on initially at the start of this discussion. She feels she was driven out. She recommended people don't speak up about this at all. If you're a woman, just stay low, lay low. Don't tell people who you are, what you are, etc. This is going to lead to less women in the space, which is just going to perpetuate the problem, is it not?
Not necessarily.
No?
Not necessarily, no. If people, if like a higher volume of women join, but still spend less time, that would be the ideal situation.
How do we get
I just
that to
don't know.
happen?
I don't think it's really possible, which is why I said what I said, because Destiny, a male streamer who, might not be the most sensitive person, in debates and interactions. I don't really watch Destiny, but I used to. So I know in the past he hasn't been like the most like, appealing to women streamer in my understanding.
I don't know. Women keep getting drawn to him. He keeps getting in trouble with women. That's
Okay,
that.
so that's a different story. People, I don't want to say
Fair.
anything too edgy, but
Why not? Are you trying to cuck my
Go ahead,
content?
Kit.
Go ahead.
people pursuing clout is different than regular female users joining the server.
Okay.
So yeah.
Fair enough.
That's definitely true, because like a lot of those people were, and I mean, he just has personal relationships with people in the streamer space, which is like what most people do. Yeah, like I still watch Destiny pretty regularly, like every day. I'm sub to him and all that stuff. I think that like he can be understanding, but I mean, yeah, he's obviously a little bit, I know that he understands a lot of these issues because of the rape review stuff that he did, and he's had a lot of really good takes about some of the sexual assault stuff from like women's perspectives. Like if any of you saw those early rape reviews that he did where he talked about consent and like how women get pressured into sex and whatnot. Yeah, a lot of that has been, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Obviously he's not, like, he's very blunt and stuff.
So do you think that I guess I'm just struggling here. Maybe because look, this is probably unrealistic to ask for a panel, but I'm like, why isn't there a simple solution to this problem where we could just do X, Y, and Z and suddenly it will be solved? And I understand and I
Turn it back on you,
recognize
Wick.
I
Can I turn it
recognize
back
that's
on
silly
you?
of me. It's silly of me. I'm being irrational.
No, I
I'm
don't
being
think it's
hysterical.
silly. I do think it's silly that you look at things and start thinking neo-misogyny, like men trying to be more considerate in order to demonstrate that they take the issue of women being in these
But
spaces
that's not
seriously
why
and
they're
trying to make them more
doing
comfortable.
it. Okay, that's not why they're doing it. They're doing it to
I was
slip
still
inside a
speaking,
woman's
though.
DMs and try to hit them up,
Okay,
right?
but I was still speaking.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, it's a pussy cam. We can't ever fight pussy cams again. So I do think that whenever we talk about things like that, it's interesting though that what you notice is men, yes, they may absolutely be slipping into DM. I assume that with every interaction ever. I'm going to assume that from people from your Discord who DM me after this. I assume that from Destiny's, from Ben Thorpe's, from other Discords as well, because there are always unsolicited advice givers in my DMs. I don't know if Joey or Kat had that same experience.
I've had that.
Yeah, or Kalinda as well. I think I don't know what you're like looking for. Like, what do you do to stop it, Wick? You're
In
also a
my
male content
community?
creator.
Yes. So what I do in my community is I make sure, right? And I'll be clear, you can't ever stop it 100%, unfortunately. There's going to be bad actors, and no matter what policies you put in place, you can only mitigate it, you can never prevent it. But what I do, or try to do, and I'm not 100% successful, there have been failures, right? But what I try to do is we don't make exceptions or give special exemptions to anyone of any creed, religion, race, gender, color. And it tends to be a more welcoming space for women than most in the Twitch politics sphere. That's not a high bar. I'm not saying that's a high bar, right?
Right.
But it does tend to be something where women, at least demonstrated by looking at my voice chats sometimes, there's more than I see in other spaces. So, I mean, like, proof's in the pudding there, right? So I think that, like, there's this tendency to want to protect. It's not always from a place of bad actors or anything like this. But I just think it's a mistake because it reifies there's a difference between women and men in these spaces, and that must be respected, when I think we should, the colorblind approach or the gender blind approach is a better way, but that's just a thing. Let me bring on our next contestant here.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, Katie.
Hello.
Well, I want to give space for B to
it's
respond to that
Katie.
if she disagrees.
Ouch.
So.
Oh, wait, me?
Oh, well, I was
Oh.
going to give B space to respond, but
She got up. She'll be
she
back,
got up.
I'm sure. I was actually gonna ask if anyone here thought. Actually, I'll wait for. Okay, now that she's here, I was gonna ask if anyone thought that that Destiny, that the anti-misogyny thing that Destiny put in place after the, if like you feel like that did anything at all. Like I think that I saw it, that it had some results on the subreddit a little bit, because that there was a little bit less bullshit. Like I used to see posts that were like, I think that Lav is really stupid, but it's not because she's a woman. And I was always like, do you really need to add that last part? Like, why? That goes back to the whole like, why would you do that?
I think it got abandoned after Lav was such a cunt, for lack of a better term. And I think I use that the legal term of art. She was a legal cunt in every way, shape, and form. And I think after that, he was like, nah, fuck you guys. I don't really care. And I don't know what would motivate him to, but
I don't know if,
absolutely
I don't know
not.
if that's true or not, but I didn't hear anything, him say anything about that.
I haven't seen anything.
Maybe it's because Lav is gone now, and there hasn't really been, and since then, like, I mean, like, there have been like other women who have been like, I mean, I think
but not women
Erudite's
content creators that he has on regularly that anyone likes.
Oh,
I don't think that him bringing on anyone, truthfully, like any of the female content creators, I think only increases, I don't want to say increases misogyny, but even Erudite, I would say the most pro guy female streamer in the space, which again, she's doing the Lord's work. Like, we love that for her. Go off, sis. Is universally like hated by a lot of Destiny. Like, I truly don't think.
Wait, is she really? I haven't really
Quick
gotten that
question.
impression. A lot of
She's
people
not.
seem to like her on
Who
the
was
subreddit.
What was the misogyny thing? I completely missed that, like in the lore or whatever, right?
okay,
I have no
so
clue what you're
It's an
talking about.
anti-misogyny arc.
It's upsetting,
apparently.
Cat.
You wouldn't
So-
be able to tell though.
And
No.
just real quick, Katie, your camera is not loading.
I know. I'm working.
I thought
on
it was
Give me a
me.
second.
It was after the like, it was after Destiny debated Aaron on the like at UT Austin. He had a debate with her, and I think he was watching his chat at the time, and it was just full of people spamming like Coomer emotes and shit. And it was also a result of things that people wrote on the subreddit. Like, it triggered him, which I completely understand, when people would say things like Destiny is only being nice to Lav and Brittany Simon because he wants to fuck them, which is really stupid, because that you're basically reducing both of them down to like just someone that he wants to fuck, and that's the only reason why he was charitable or nice to them or whatever at all. And like, I don't think that that's really true. I think that was why, and then he sort of started going after that. That being said, though, another thing that if you're able to, I don't know if he's still doing it or not, but a while ago, Forethought on the subreddit said that he should start arming women on this sub, and some women commented to that post and they were given bullets as a result. So if you reach out to Forethought and you are a woman and you ask him to arm you, he might do it. Or did he
I don't
not
believe
arm
that.
you?
I don't believe that.
He gave me bullets. It was on the subreddit.
I think that that's gonna the mods do a lot of work. There is no Warren Bossy Sing Say. My mistake. I'll remember the byline that I'm supposed to say.
I'm gonna get going, but my last word, if that's okay,
Go for it.
is my best advice for combating misogyny, like personal, interpersonal. Like, obviously there's like systematic issues or whatever, right? But my best personal advice for combating misogyny is go outside. Like, literally, just go talk to people in real life. I don't experience misogyny in real life, except for like the odd cat caller. But like, from people I know, from people I care about, my friends, I don't experience misogyny like at all. And I think going outside is the number one thing you can do to reduce the effects of DGG. Okay, bye.
Thank you for
Can I?
being here.
I have a question about.
Can I please say something?
Yes. If you have a camera, please turn it on just for the algorithm.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Give me a second. But what I was gonna say is, like, recently, like in DGG, sorry. Recently, like, I feel like I've experienced more of the females being a bit, I guess, quote, ironically misogynist, unquote, you know?
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Can you give us an example?
So, like, pretty much like just obviously I've got a high pitched voice and all that, and it usually all of the degrading comments come from females about my voice. I haven't experienced that from the guys at all. I've actually only experienced it from the females, you know.
You want to name some names? Who are
Lucky.
those misogynistic?
I was
females?
definitely like that
Call
this
them out.
morning with Bambi. No, I will. I was definitely like that with you this morning, Bambi. I think I
It's
specifically
just
stated.
awkward though. Like it's really awkward because it's like it's a physical attribute that I can't even change about myself.
I don't think I said
know?
anything about
I
your
don't
voice. I
understand
said that I really
why.
wondered, like.
I don't know
I
if it
wondered
was you
and how to
or
figure
not,
out.
but I don't know if it was you or not, but somebody definitely pointed out saying that I was putting on the e-girl voice.
No, I don't think. Okay, that's not my recollection. My recollection is I stated I have a really hard time. I really want to be pro women, but then I think there are people in here who know Destiny's gonna really like cooming and really like being about that, and are not about like I don't really want to engage in here. I just kind of want to be an ooh woo e-girl, get in, make my bag, and bounce. And if that's the case, I should know so I don't invest time and money, like time and emotional budget into that.
But it's like
Which is
that's
which is
queen-
unkind to you though. That's not kind at all, Bambi. Like you're absolutely correct. It's unkind for me to even think like that.
Do you think it was misogynistic?
Probably.
in a way,
It's at least
like
hateful.
I think it's girl on girl drama for literally
That's true.
no
When it
reason.
shouldn't be like that. It sometimes gets frustrating when it feels as no, I think feels is probably the best word. When it feels as though let me see. So if we were having a discussion about like affirmative action and women in sports or something else, and Aurora came in, that's my dog's old name, so that's a made-up person, that's not a real person, came in and said like, yeah, but like women don't even like need to like work out at all, like it's honestly fine, like we shouldn't even be doing any sports. I think I'm gonna choke you, Aurora, for fucking deconstructing everything I've just tried to build. Fuck off, dude. But that's not fair, especially if what they're trying to state is valid. Again, I have a hard time differentiating between like, should I be supportive of every woman, or am I allowed to discern like who's trolling or who's not, or who's this, that, or the third, or other things?
Okay.
But you're absolutely correct. You can call me out. I was definitely unkind this morning, Bambi.
But
So-
for me,
sorry.
it was last night. But can I just also say, like, a lot of the time, I feel like that we're not as women, we're not responsible for this stuff. We'll say all these degrading comments, the same stuff that guys will say, sometimes even worse, right? We don't take responsibility for it though. And in fact, like sometimes it's actually glamorized and glorified for literally no reason. And like, I mean, I have watched Destiny for a while, but I'm new to that Discord. But I'm just saying that like there's all this stuff that's being said about the Discord, but it really just feels like that a lot of the stuff that's been said here from my experience is a little bit BS, you know? Like there's been a lot of shit talking and all that in relation to what I've experienced there that's gone on.
I want to give space. I want to give space to Katie a little bit. Then I want everyone to respond to this, right? Because as I understand it, Bambi, is that how you say your name, Bambi?
Yeah, you can call me Bambi.
Okay. You're saying that this is being blown out of proportion, and it's just not true what they're saying. Is that correct?
I'm not saying that it's not necessarily true. What I'm saying is that like girls have a tendency to over dramatize bullshit on any Discord, not just here. Like it could be a freaking Gary's Mod Discord for all I care, but like it's a constant on the internet.
Okay, Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought what Trap said was like really nice. She said a bunch of things that I thought were actually really valuable. Like I think on this space, I'm not going to talk about DGG specifically because God knows that place is not going to be kind to me, so I'm not even there. But like, so,
Just real quick on that, Katie. Do you think that, at least in part, the reason you were treated poorly there, in your estimation, is because you're a woman?
partially, yeah.
I will roundly. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but I don't think that's the only reason. I think that if you were,
I think it doesn't
was
help,
partially
right?
used.
Like if I end up being really
did,
annoying and really bitchy,
people
it
would
certainly
still
doesn't
not
help
like
to the
you.
equation
Well,
if I'm an equally bitchy
Kalinda
woman.
was
I
still
think it just
talking.
proves my mistake. I apologize.
It's fine. I just said what B was just saying. I just don't. I think that I don't think that it helps, Katie, but I mean, people in DGG don't like you because of the things that you said and did, and
Yes,
probably
that's why
still
it's
continue
called
to do.
partially.
Carry on
but-
with
Yeah,
your
but
point,
it's
Katie,
I would say it's probably very little, but go on.
Yeah, finish
Okay,
your. I'm
thank
sorry
you.
to interrupt, Katie. Go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is that I think in the space there's always this conflict for women, especially women who are interested in like doing any sort of like feminist advocacy, like with what Trav said. Like, I want to be nice, I want to be supportive. On the other hand, there are like women that I disagree with or that I don't like, and like, how do you balance that out? And what was really interesting is that before that, she like mentioned like having like a misogynistic or like hateful thought towards Bambi or like women in general in the DGG space. But then she like displayed complete awareness of that and just like owned up to that, which I think is like the best thing to do. Like, because we can't stop ourselves. No one is perfect. Like, I can have a misogynistic thought or like a bitchy thought or a condescending thought, and like just owning up to that and being like, yeah, that was probably really misogynistic what I just said. Like, it's better than pretending like that's not true. So I really appreciated that she did that. But also, like, I think that I used to have an expectation from this space that there will be some kind of like solidarity between women just because there are so few women and like we know how hard it is on this space. And what I found out, especially after engaging with 𝕬𝖎𝖙 a lot, is that it's just not going to happen. It's a dog kind of place here. And a lot of women are going, well, it's not because they're women. People are people and they're going to get pissy or upset or whatever, and then we resort to like misogynistic things. So like, I think it's totally valid to criticize other women in like the space. It's just like the way you criticize them can just not be misogynistic. Like, I don't know Bambi, but instead of like shitting on her voice like people shit on my voice, like if people in DGG don't like me because of like 90% my fault, that's fine. Then why do they come into my chat and talk about how my voice is annoying if there's so much else to talk about? Well, because misogyny. But yeah.
Or people just reach for personal insults, which are the easiest to make. I
mean,
mean,
which are misogynistic insults.
Not always, but yeah. I mean, you can make fun of a guy's voice too.
That's true. I think that goes back to the point that I was trying to make, like, women are not monoliths. So just because there are so few of us does not mean that we automatically need to like bite our tongues and like all have to get along, right? It does feel like that because it feels like we all want to grab each other onto an iceberg, but at that end, you might not even like a lot of the people on your iceberg, besides the fact that you all have the same sex. So I think it is about like divorcing that. But I am going to try to keep any of my criticisms of like other women who have, again, like a lot of women don't speak up all that often. So if they do, I think I can at least owe it to them to keep that criticism internal or one-on-one, like over DMs, as opposed to like voicing it out loud. Because I do think if Bambi come on and said like, well, I am a flat earther and there's nothing you can do to stop me, even if I'm thinking like, this is okay, I can furiously type to her in a DM, but I think for whatever reason, there is something really invalidating to hearing one other woman where sometimes if you're scrambling for some kind of a hold, rip that ground out from underneath you, it feels even more isolating. I don't know why that is. I don't even know if that's necessarily valid.
Yeah.
I
say
don't know.
something about that, Wick, really quick?
Oh, well, I'll ask my question then, yes. And Kat, jump back in. I'm curious why.
Yeah. Because I had thoughts about this. Real quick, I try to work on any internalized misogyny I have, which I think everyone has some. But I think working on that is really, really important in how you interact with other women in these kinds of spaces, because I think it's really easy to fall into wanting to be quote unquote one of the boys and like joining in with like the locker room talk. And I think it's really, really important to recognize that other women in these spaces have a lot of difficulties for various reasons, not necessarily entirely because of misogyny, but also because of like socialization and how women are treated and like taught to act and not be assertive and stuff like that. So I think that like remembering that is really, really, really important in how you criticize other women's opinions in these spaces. And you shouldn't just like obviously, oh my god, like you should never comment on someone's voice like as like except maybe to ask their pronouns. Like I don't know, like if it's unclear, maybe ask their pronouns, but otherwise do not comment on their voice. Like I think that that's very
I also did not comment on her voice. I also did not comment on her voice. I'm taking a lot of credit, but I did not comment on her voice, just in case you came up here upset about that.
Okay.
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I don't
I'm
know
just
either.
saying that
Okay.
kind of thing.
Okay, so I want to give Katie space, and I want Bambi to kind of reassert her her claim here, and I want to address that claim specifically. Bambi came in here with a claim, and I want your responses to that. But Katie, I'll allow you first
Thank you.
first thought here.
I'm sorry. It's again relating to what Trap said. Like, I think that in this space, because there are so many little women, so you're in a panel and there's just you and another woman, and you're already being grouped together, and you're already like either antagonistic to each other, and then you're meant to like go at each other, and it's dramatized in a weird way, or you are grouped together, and now it's like an all women's panel, and now all women are the same. So if people, for example, dislike me because 99.99999% it's all my fault and I'm a bad person, then everyone who needs to make sure that everybody else knows they don't like me need to make that very clear to distinguish themselves from me, right? And because of that, so like here's something I got really pissed off with, something that Boots has been doing and a lot of other women in the space have been doing, like in regarding to Lav. So I don't feel the need to attack Lav like misogynistically just to prove that I'm not Lav or that I don't like when Lav is being harmful to other people. And I remember Boots like specifically telling Lav that like her being around makes Boots look bad and makes women look bad. And I think it also makes us look bad when we pretend like we're not all, like it's very servicing the male gaze that like if people can't tell Boots and Lav from each other, then it's like, well, people can't tell us apart because men are dumb, so please don't talk so people wouldn't think that I'm dumb like you. Yeah, I just find that like not the best advocacy.
Bambi, you're up.
So what specific details did you want? Just so I'm not derailing
Sure.
or anything.
Well, this is all kind of loosey goosey. This is just kind of like a spur of the moment thing. This has evolved beyond my initial thoughts. But you came in here and you had a take that a lot of the stuff that's being said on the panel, specifically this panel, is overblown, and is just not true. So I'm wondering if you could give some examples of that. And we can talk about it.
I wasn't saying it's not necessarily true. I was saying that my experience is that I haven't experienced it. Because, like, every time I've come into any of the channels or whatnot, like, literally, it's only been the women who have pointed out that I'm a woman, unless it's just one of those trolls that gets pretty much booted out pretty quickly, you know? I've had, like, a lot of people make like decent conversation with me more than anything, you know? Like even video games, we've spoken about music and all that, but it's nothing about genders at all.
Can I ask just specifically, do you think that the DGG space is better for women than the general online spaces, or do you think it's worse or neutral, or do you think it's kind of the same?
Well, actually, I usually spend my time in 𝕾𝖎𝖙, which is obviously very different, if any of you guys know.
Is 𝕾𝖎𝖙 a 4chan board?
No, 𝕾𝖎𝖙's a Discord. It's basically sort of similar to like it's one of those Discords where it's just got like thousands and thousands of people in it, and you'll talk to different people every time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just to add something real quick. I think that's why I was kind of saying it's semi-rare to have like misogyny. That's what I was kind of saying earlier. I think it's like when it happens, it sucks, obviously. But I think like the blatant misogyny towards female users is semi-rare on average. That's my opinion.
I'd agree.
But
Does
I
anyone
think it can
disagree with
happen.
that?
Okay, let me add one thing though.
Oh,
One
please.
caveat. One caveat. I think when you're an outspoken woman, it gets ramped up. If you
I
have,
don't
if you're an
know.
opinion with bad, okay, how do I put this? If you're a woman with controversial takes, you're gonna face more misogyny. Let's put it that way.
I've been YouTubing for years, and like my whole thing has been like to do with gender politics, and I don't necessarily experience that. The closest thing that I've experienced it with is maybe like some little boys coming onto a Gmod server and being like, "Oh my god, it's a girl admin," when I was staff on Gmod. But yeah,
Sure,
most of the
yeah.
time it's fine. Like, I feel like if you can't take a joke, that's when it gets bad. But if you can take jokes and have humor and a goof and a gaff, then usually you'll be fine and survive it, you know?
Like,
That's
actually, sorry, I'll just jump in here just a little bit because that I think that like I have not personally really experienced a lot of the misogyny as well that you guys are talking about. And like I actually did have like some contentions with like what Eli was saying before as well, but mainly because that I feel like her original tweet was very poorly worded, and it seemed like she didn't own that enough, and it sounded like what she was saying and like but it's very hard to like make broad sweeping generalizations about an entire community of people because DGG is incredibly diverse. There's a whole shitload of people in there. Like I met people in there that are like way more conservative than I would have thought would have been in DGG, and some of those people are now my friends as well, because that I do think it's interesting to be friends with people of different like perspectives and stuff, and it's interesting to like argue with them and or like have like back and forth with them and stuff. But like yeah, I haven't really experienced all that much, but I'm also more of a lurker, and so I don't want to say that like it's not real because I don't want to do the thing. Like it would actually be really interesting to try and like do some sort of a survey just to see like how all the women in DGG feel about their general overall experience or whatever. I don't even know. I don't even think it would really be possible to do that because you'd have to prove that people are women and all this other shit. And this is a community that's full of trolls, so people are gonna meme and say they're a woman when they're not. And but yeah.
just to add one thing, I think that it's like really important to note that like it's when you disagree with like, how do I put this? The DGG orthodoxy that people get upset. I don't know how to put that. Like DGG
I
is like a
think,
center
yeah.
left, like
The
is like
orthodoxy is the
center
perfect word.
left, like kind of community. I think that's when it starts to get but it's not okay, so it's really nuanced here. It's
Sorry.
not that they're specifically misogynistic, it's that they attack people more. Like they attack, like for example, Doobie, that's someone who gets attacked a lot. But the way they attack women who act like Doobie tends to be more misogynistic. Whereas the insults to men who do like controversial things tend to not be so gendered, is what I would say.
I want to give space to Joey because Joey hasn't had a lot of speaking room to get your general thoughts on this, and then we'll go to Kitty. I promise you, Kitty. I just want to get Joey in too.
I really have a question. Like, do you feel like in these spaces, whether it be DGG or on the internet, period, that you're more hyper aware of you being a woman? Like, do you like going into certain servers, into certain rooms?
And 1 second, I have a bio break, but be good
Sure.
while I'm gone, gang. No slurs. I'll be right back.
Okay. They like you're
Now's
hyper-aware
the
of
time
the
that we
rooms.
ruin everything for him.
Who's
No,
gonna say
bunny
it?
demon. Okay.
No, someone's gotta say
But you were
it.
making a really
I'll
good
start.
point about Joey. You were making a really, really, really good point about like, do
Yeah,
you think it's because we're aware that we're women
Yeah.
in these online spaces and we kind of come in?
Right, like that you can't
It
go into
could
a room
be.
full of men and like that maybe you are a little bit more subdued or that maybe you're a little bit more more vocal or louder. Just like, are you more hyper aware of you being a woman in these spaces instead of being more comfortable and like relaxed and not really questioning or thinking, okay, I'm a woman in this space? Like, are you more hyper aware of that, or are you less?
I'm not sure. Probably, I would say both, because I'll be hyper aware at times. And then, Bambi, to your point about like sometimes not being able to take a joke, I don't disagree with you. I do think that there are
excuse me, there are times during which okay, for example, in the past fall, I was a volunteer coach for an all-boys rowing team. So it was freshman and sophomore, and it was myself, and I had like a coaching staff, but I was the primary coach for them. And someone said, well, yeah, but why would you be a female coach in charge of male rowers? And I thought, I was so stun-locked by that question because I haven't even stopped to think about like, because I've rowed for years and I rowed in, why wouldn't I be? Like, that doesn't make sense. I think there are times during which I get asked questions that seem so painfully simple that I just like wonder, like, what are you at? I don't know how to, that makes me feel very aware of being a woman.
I haven't met like a coach for that, for a rowing team. So that would be more interesting to me.
It is. And it may have been meant like that too. Or I guess those are things where I didn't even really think about. Or for example, like someone stating, God, what did somebody ask the other day? We were talking about, and he said, again, I don't blame them. I don't think this is coming from a mean place. I really don't. I don't know if it comes from like a lack of biology or just like social cues. So someone said, you must have scheduled trial work around your Shark Week. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, you can't obviously like be going in and like yelling at a judge if like you're premenstrual or something else like that. And I thought, I don't think you understand like that. There's no, like Bambi still has to cut hair whenever she's in the middle of a Shark Week. Like Joey still has to do what her job is, whatever. Like that doesn't make any sense for, like, doesn't stop like just because.
Oh my God,
you're bleeding. I don't understand.
If you've ever seen movie 44, there's like a Tampax commercial where these two women are surfing, and like the one shark comes out, eats the other woman, and they're like, "How's your Tampax?"
Yes.
But can we acknowledge? Can we acknowledge that it's like it's annoying that people do this thing of like thinking that women can't exist when they have their period or something, but also sometimes women would like excuse their shitty behavior on being on their period. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Is why men then later say that like we can't do shit. You can't be shitty to a person and like yell at them and be really inappropriate and then be like, oh, I'm just on my period. It's like, excuse me? That's not an excuse.
Like you're using it as a pro and a con at the same time.
Yeah, I don't like that either. So I guess it's sometimes both. There are some times where I don't even think about my gender in question. Like the coach, like whenever I was hired to be a coach for these young guys, they were like, well, yeah, but a lot of them are bigger than you, like a lot of them are faster. And I said, yeah, but I'm just there to like give them workouts and watch them and tell them how to improve. Like, I don't have to be bigger than them to be their coach. It's not like that, at least. Or like the idea of like scheduling trials and having like stop gaps for periods is interesting, but not something that can be done. Like Bambi, I don't think you can like not color hair because you're on your period, right?
Yeah, I want to give space to Bambi to answer the question. She wants to answer Joey's question, and I'll give her some space.
So Joey, you asked if we're hyper aware of being female, and I feel like we got a bit derailed before anybody could actually answer it. So I feel like that I personally know that I was always raised about just respecting people. Like my family's got drag queens and everything. So we're a very colorful family. So I kind of never really had that until I came onto the internet. But I guess like there's certain aspects where I am aware. Like for instance, there's certain debate topics where I feel like the men's perspective and the women's perspective are both very relevant and very different. For example, like terminations, I'm trying to say that in the best way without
terminations is in firing, murder.
No, she's talking about self-deletion.
Oh, okay.
No.
Abortion.
I'm talking about.
Abortion.
Yeah.
Are you talking about abortion? Okay.
Okay, abortion. Okay, we can say abortion. Abortion's fine.
Quick save. I didn't know.
No, you're fine.
And because earlier, people kept saying the R word when you ask them to say grape. I wanted to respect you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But once it's said a couple times, it's just gone. Like my monetization for this is just gone for this video.
I just wanted to be respectful for you, but
it's
anyway,
fine. No, it's all right. Damage done. It's gone.
I think that there's certain aspects that like, it is important to be aware that you're a female, because there are certain conversations where it will be very different for a male. That's where my thoughts are with that. So yeah.
True.
Thank you,
Also, hey.
Oh, just real quick,
since
you
Wick
can still super chat. The ad
Yeah,
revenue
I
is
was,
just gone. Okay.
I was just gonna say, give Wick some money, goddammit. He brings you content.
Okay.
Just to add, I do tend to agree with you, Bambi. But to respond, what was I gonna say? I think that, like, oh fuck, never mind. I'm sorry. It was too much time in between what I said. What?
It'll come back to you.
Yeah, let's hope.
Okay. Anyone else want to
Sorry
answer
about
Joey's
that.
question? That has
I would like to, but I had like a small thing to say before that.
Go for it.
It related to earlier that, like, I do have to hand it out to DGG that, like, a while back I had an interaction on Destiny's stream, and it got like a lot of traction in the subreddit about, like, there was discussion about, like, the anti-misogyny arc, and was that misogyny, and what should have been done about it, and, like,
Are you
the
talking
fact
about
that
Karantos and the shit that he said
and
to you?
Gideon, yeah.
Yeah,
Karantos and Gideon.
I will say, like, that was like really shitty. Like that they attacked your personal appearance like that. Like, even though you did come in really hot, but yeah.
It's okay.
Real quick, I remembered what I was gonna say, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
I think that the kind of misogyny that was described earlier, that happens sometimes in DGG, is something that happens almost regardless, just because of like outside, like not just in DGG, just in society in general, because it's, I think, how we raise boys to be men. Like, I think how we raise them makes it so female sexuality and like reproductive health is like a very misunderstood topic. Like, for example, myself, I am pretty debilitated when I get my period. Like, I work from home usually if I can. So they might hear stories like that and think that they're being progressive by being like, oh, you can do that, ? Like, even though it's not nice to hear, it might be not poorly intentioned.
I
though
agree
sometimes it might be poorly
completely.
intentioned. I don't know.
I don't
It's
think
hard
that
to
it's
tell.
poorly intentioned. It's more something where I get asked it and my brain just kind of freezes and goes into restart mode, because it's something where I think usually we can all, like, I don't want to say, like, let's say you can expect to be asked like frequently asked questions of like 100 frequently asked questions in any Discord server. That was not one of the ones that I was prepared for. So I definitely did just like get stunned, right? Because I also have like bad cramps or other things. You're right. And that's probably a lack of like the sexual education in public schools in America.
I was gonna say it's lack of education. It's simply
For
what it is.
I think that, like, because of how we structure society, it makes it so a lot of men and like young adults, especially young adult men who might not have had a intimate relationship that's prolonged with a woman, like a long-term relationship, I'm trying to put this delicately, they might not be aware.
Virgins.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. They might not have.
You don't have to spare men's feelings. The only man here is Wick, and Wick is fine.
Is not a
sure, but I'm saying,
men
like,
don't even know that the tampons, they'll think like the green is lime and the yellow is lemon, you know,
like flavors.
You guys
Right.
have flavored tampons?
And it's not necessarily their fault. Like, it's something you just learn with age, but there's a lot of young guys in DGG that ask stupid questions because there are so many of them. And I just think it's kind of something that just happens. I think the mods are pretty good when they're available with dealing with like extreme versions, though I am a quote unquote Gen Voice chatter, so I don't know about the other chats. I think the mods of Gen Voice are usually pretty decent at addressing like extreme examples of misogyny when it does happen, usually by non-regulars. But yeah, I think it can get really annoying when it happens over and over again at the same time by like randoms. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Agree.
What do we not talk about enough in these spaces when it comes to women and the female question, okay, as our friend B here likes to say. What do we just overlook that we absolutely should be discussing more? What are you thinking?
Is there even a
just,
desire to have women in these spaces?
I was just gonna say, I think it's the lack of like panels of just like more women talking to more women. Like I'm sure the girls and I could just go on an entire like an hour conversation now about how society should treat like the way that we talk about periods publicly and not publicly, and all of us have different experiences and how we want to handle all that stuff. And that entire thing is a conversation. And we just don't have that conversation because you have like one girl a panel usually, and it's not because people are relegating women out. It's just there aren't a lot of women in the space, not in the Twitch bowl space.
But I agree with
we
Katie.
could-
I
we
agree with
could-
Katie that there's a variety of us, right? Like that not all of us are very loud spoken. Not all of us are. Some of us are meek. Some of us want to advocate for women's rights. Some of us want to advocate for also men's rights. Like there's a variety of women with a lot of different points of views. So it's not just this one person. You see it a lot with the red pill, where they think all women are just these club hoppers that are, really just want the 1% man that we want money, right? Like not all women are like that. And then the ones that are successful, that we're just like with our cats and like, alone and bored out of our minds and have nothing to do. Yeah. So that there's a variety of us. We come in all different,
Yeah, and they would say like all feminists are the same, and then you have a panel of feminism, and it's like no one. You don't have two women who agree on the same thing.
That was pain. Bambi, I want to give you space to answer the question you were trying here.
So I actually feel like that, like a lot of people here are saying, "Oh well, there's not many women, or there's not really many women panels." Like, why couldn't we just create that? Like, realistically, the dudes have all come together and created their spaces, right? So why couldn't we just do the same thing? We've got the ability. We've all got like freaking cameras and lights and like, spaces to do it, microphones. We've all got access to these things. So why couldn't we just do it ourselves? Like,
then how am I supposed to make money off of it? Okay,
there have been attempts.
I was gonna just add that.
I'm kidding about that.
I was just gonna add that I do agree with Joey, and that's like exactly what I was gonna say actually. To respond to the question. No, you're fine. No, you said it way better than I was gonna say it. And also, I'll be right back. I'm grabbing water.
I want to say thank you to Wick too, because I think that you've opened up a lot of spaces for especially like a lot of women's topics, and also women panels.
I don't mean to denigrate thanking me, which I love, right? I'll take all the praise you give me, but I literally am just sitting here and you guys are coming on. Like I've reached out to not a single person here to get them on their panel. This is all y'all. Y'all decided you wanted to talk about this. I'm just letting you. That's it.
By the way, if we want to throw some credit, Prime Kais have done Amazon Lily for like a really long time.
I was just gonna say that, yeah.
And he deserves a lot of credit for that. Like that shit was rough. I was producer for 2 or 3 shows like that, and that's so hard to do. That's why
still do that.
What was it called again?
No, Amazon Lily. It was he has all black everything, but he also had Amazon Lily was just like exclusively women's panels. It's just doing panels is really hard. And yeah, like Bambi, is it Bambi?
Yeah, you can call me Bambi.
Yeah. So like I think the reason why it's been hard for me, for example, to do panels with all women is I don't know any of you. I was simply not in the same spaces as you. So, like, I wouldn't even know who to reach out, right? Like, the women I know are, like, Erudite, and now I know Boots. And it's like, and Lev. And Lev wasn't even around at the time that I was trying to make panels. So, it's just, like, it's really hard, the networking, I think.
Yeah, and then
I don't think the networking's that hard. There's all these platforms, like you could go to Facebook and ask for Twitch collabs and everything.
There's definitely places you could go, but then you also have to ask, what kind of panel do you want? Are you more content brained? Because if you are, then you have to get, like a crazy conservative woman like Rachel Patriarchy or whatever, like Big Papa Fascist Wife. She has opinions, or that
We can get Allie.
yeah,
guys
her
do the same
too.
stuff.
She was the one I was just gonna say, her as well. Like basically, because like then there's all the conservative women who are in this space, or Lauren De Laguna, or I don't know if Lauren Southern is still around, but I don't think she is really. Yeah, I don't know if she was on panels though, but
she's been on some with 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙, I believe, recently or something. But like the thing is though, like guys do this stuff, so why couldn't we? Like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that depends on the kind of panel
they go through the
you
same
want.
process.
Yeah, it depends on the kind of panel you want. Like personally, if I was going to do a panel, I would want to have some combative. Like if I was going to do a panel on feminism, I think that it would be more interesting if you did have a couple of women there who were anti-feminist, so that you could have, the conflict. But that's more of a content brain thing.
I can actually speak on panels a little bit, right? This is something I do, right? And specifically on feminism panels, I've tried so hard to have a good content brained feminism panel where there's honest discussion. Never works. No matter if I mix the genders up, if I invite men to, if I invite all women, doesn't matter. It turns into, I don't know what it is about the topic specifically, but for whatever reason, the only good feminism content that I've had on my show has been stuff like this. I think this is good content because it hasn't been planned. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case, right? But if I say, I want to put a feminism panel together, I'm going to talk to all these women, I'm going to bring them all in a room, doesn't work. But if I just
explain why.
Oh, please.
So like feminism is a very broad term. Yep. Like you've got obviously your original type of feminism, but then you've got like say the 2009 Tumblr BS, and it's the word feminism has been completely bastardized by the internet, that it no longer means what it used to mean, and so many people have differing definitions of what feminism is. So like people would say, like that I talk to would say that I'm a feminist because I believe in like certain things. Then I've got people saying that I'm an anti-feminist online,
So there's like three major schools of thought. Like there's liberal, radical, Marxist, feminist. Those are like the three major schools of thought. Liberal is more like equality of the sexes. Radical feminism is like radically getting rid of like structures that oppress women, right? Like this is like very, very like quick, like these are not like well thought out, right? And then Marxist feminist is like looking at like women's role from like a Marxist perspective, right? Those are like the quick like 2-second definitions. I think that's why. So it's basically what 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 was saying, but I think it's not just because of like new versus old schools of thought. I think there are so many different diverse schools of thought, like just that each have their own unique histories, that it makes it really, really common or difficult to have a good productive panel. I think you have to like define terms and like be a little bit more intentional. Those are just my thoughts. But yeah.
Also, don't forget about the purity testing.
Sure, yeah.
Joey, go ahead. The
how is that purity tested? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, that's not purity testing. I just mean like depending upon how far left you go, the purity testing starts. The progressive leftist purity testing shit where it's like, oh, we agree on 99% of things, but I still hate you because that you disagree with me on this one little thing.
Oh, that's real.
How little is it? Is it actually little?
I'll piggyback on what everybody else is saying. It's like I think that when you're having a panel on feminism, people usually have like their like main 5 points. And when they're fighting those 5 points, or maybe their one like main point, people tend to not like listen to each other. We forget the whole point of debating, where we're trying to advocate but also listen. You're a student and a teacher at the same time, and basically you just have a lot of yelling, a lot of like I'm right, you're wrong, and there's not really communication. I think that's
Yeah.
what mainly
I wanna
happens.
get
It's not.
space to
I think
B.
now it's very
Yeah.
natural.
I want to get space to B. B's been trying to get in here, and go ahead, B.
So so I absolutely agree with that. I think I try to just state that one thing I'm really passionate about is reproductive justice and health for both men and women. That's why I try really hard, like, even though I care a lot about sexual assault, God, not care. I care a lot about it. It's something that I'm really passionate about like getting on college campuses and like figuring that all out. But it's for men and women because their consent is obviously something that permeates both sexes, or all sexes, I should state. And being able to get or facilitate open discussions, I think, is far more important than defining whether you do it from a feminist or a meninist men's rights perspective.
Meninist. I like it.
Meninist
Actually, I don't know if it's correct, but it's now.
I don't know
thing.
either. It may not be.
We're
Stop
gonna
it,
have
Bambi.
a
Stop making
meninist
faces at
panel
me.
up in here, boys.
But I think whenever it's really the frustrating thing though is that when those talks come up, like it could be all of us and then it could be like 3 other guys. Unfortunately, it does feel like a lot of that time is spent letting those guys know, I don't think that you are someone who would ever deserve to be falsely accused. I do think people who falsely accuse anyone of rape is bad. They absolutely deserve jail time. Can we move on from this point? Like once we like hit that groundwork, right?
And the answer is no.
Yeah,
They do
that does
not.
get really frustrating, unfortunately. But I understand. It's like trying to have space for. That's a really legitimate concern, but I really wish you could hear from me and from people that I would say this problem more. I don't want to say more greatly affects, but it's something that like growing up as like a little girl, I would hope all of us, like we're all raised to like, don't ever leave the house unless you're covered in knives, your dog's covered in knives, like you're covered in knives, like make sure that you're always protected like at all costs, which is outrageous and unreasonable and like suggests for like hypervigilance all the time, which can never be possible and happen.
Do you think that happens in online spaces?
Yes.
What? I just asked a question. Why are you yelling at me?
What do you think? What happens in online
I
space?
answered you affirmatively.
No,
yes,
Katie was
I do
yelling
believe
about,
that like that. Okay.
It wasn't like it wasn't to you.
I gotta go real quick because I have to shower and I have work tomorrow and stuff. But 2 last things, 2 quick points. Touch grass and appreciate your mods. They're not paid and they do a lot of great stuff. Bye.
Oh my God.
Bye. $5
Wait,
from
can I
Gogeta.
answer the question
Yes,
too?
$5 from Gogeta TV first to say the word misogyny has been destroyed by everyone to now be used to describe criticism, dark humor, and any form of negativity towards women, equality, men. I don't know what the last 2 were.
Yes, yes.
Katie,
People who
go
don't
ahead.
know what misogyny is like to whine that they don't know what misogyny is. Anyway, what I wanted to also like really enforce what Joey said, but I also like there. Is it Joey? Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you. Yeah, Joey.
There is a meta element to this because we're on a public platform and we are, what she said exactly, like we're trying to advocate and we're also trying to have conversations, but some people are coming to have a conversation, some people are coming to have a debate, and some people are coming to just talk. And sometimes when you have a panel with all those people combined, it creates a mess. And especially with advocacy, I know that like for me, I usually avoid panels that are titled like feminism or that have like a lot of women in them, because my type of feminist advocacy is that I don't like catfighting with other women for the enjoyment of men to make drama out of it. And I don't want to contribute to that. So yes.
I was just gonna say, like, but like they do that to each other and we do that to them too. Like, that's how sometimes these online conversations work. Sometimes people criticize what we have to say. Sometimes they'll make jokes. We'll criticize what they have to say. It goes both ways. It shouldn't be a gendered thing, you know?
I agree.
I'm talking about my feminist advocacy, what I think is important for the way that I want to promote feminist values. So you don't have to agree with me. I think that us being on a public platform where I catfight with other women and we call each other bitches and cunts and we're like mean to each other, I want to have like a conversation. When it starts getting disrespectful, that's more like playing to the male gaze that I'm not particularly interested in. So
So B mentioned this earlier too, and I'm curious. You and Katie both mentioned something similar, and I just want clarity because it may not be the same, and I may just again we've talked a lot. And B mentioned that she sometimes doesn't want to criticize even a flat earther if they're a woman because it would feed into kind of this misogynistic stuff, or as you would put it, Katie, perhaps appeal to the male gaze, right?
Yeah.
Do we think that's healthy?
Okay, I'm actually gonna throw something out here because it is related to that. I mean, no, not really, because then at that point you're not really treating women like they're just people like everybody else. Now you're like elevating them above some other thing. Like I have this problem with that Dono said something about misogyny. There are absolutely people who will use misogyny as a shield. Like Lav does this. She wants so badly for everyone to think that she's hated because she's a woman, but that's not why. She's hated because she's a terrible person, and yeah, like
And
she's
an
hated
asshole. Yeah.
yeah, she's hated because of the shit that she's done, which I would argue a lot of which has actually been harmful, like all the false accusations that she's thrown out at men.
Yes.
Like
yes.
I don't think
it's so
making
fucking bad and it's so poisonous. Yes.
and she's like a fucking turf too, and yeah, like she's just not, you know. But she, like, her Twitter handle for a while was deeply unpopular woman. Like she wants so badly for people to think that like she's hated because she's a woman, and that's not why. And like there are people who will use their identity as a shield like that. So I think misogyny does get wielded in that way. Whereas like Kitty, at least you acknowledge that like some part of it was because of the things that you said or whatever with regards to DGG hating you, and then some part of it was because you're a woman. I'm sure that some part of the hatred that Lav gets is because she's a woman. Like obviously we all have to deal with that on top of it. It's just that that's not the only reason, or even I think the main reason why people don't like her.
Can I very quickly like clarify this though? I don't think people hate Lav because she's a woman. I don't think a lot of people hate me because I'm a woman. When we talk about misogyny, when I say misogyny, like when people attack Lav misogynistically and not for the awful shit that she has done, that's where the misogyny comes into play. When people talk about my annoying shrill voice and my shitty laugh, instead of the fact that they don't like a take that I made, that's like the misogyny element. So it's not just that like, oh, you're disliked because you're a woman. It's the fact that people will attack you in a misogynistic way. It's kind of like that thing where like there's a Jewish person that you disagree with, and then your first insult towards them is like to use like a Jewish slur.
K word.
You know? Yeah, it's weird. It's like, why?
Well,
you know?
do you think that it's also, would it not be fair or like universal to, or in any way right to also think that Lav being very problematic is not is almost dangerous for women, or also like kind of seeing her behavior as problematic for women, or
So
should we just see her as problematic for all?
I think first of all, I do think it's problematic for all. I think it's problematic for women in this space specifically, but that's kind of what I mentioned with Booth, and that's also kind of like what you guys were just talking about how this element that we're talking about, how sorry, I'm saying a lot of talking about,
It's okay.
that's like we're saying, oh, why can't we criticize other women? Why do we treat each other differently because we're women? And then suddenly with Lav or with me or with other women that the space generally disapproves of, it's like, don't you think this woman existing and like has opinion and is shitty, like makes us all look bad? And it's like, no, I'm a different person. Like, I don't agree with her. I am not a TERF. I am not making false accusations of people. So like, I am not.
If anything that like any of us said, I don't think anyone meant to like attribute or to say that about you, but I understand like what you are saying. Yeah, like that's like stupid. Or I think that if you're talking about specific behaviors, then you can call that out, because with Lav it is very specific to certain things that she does with the false accusations and shit that she has made. And I think that like any woman who makes false accusations is just doing harm, or like for example, abuse is now a silly word that no one takes seriously anymore, and it is partially thanks to certain people in the past, or and also now Lav and Mr. Girl. like throwing around that word. Even
Yeah,
though, yeah.
and I wasn't trying to imply that anyone said that about me. I'm just making the point that, like, in the same way that we can say, oh, why can't we criticize other women? It's also really weird when other women are just like existing. We're like, oh, she makes us look bad. And it's like, no, she's another human being that has nothing to do with me. You know, just like everyone else here is a different human being. But then you're on a panel with a bunch of women, and any woman that agrees with me might be like, oh, it's that girl and Katie, and they're like grouped together. And that's part of like that fusion that happens to women in this space where it's like all women are kind of the same.
I'm gonna well, anyone else on this topic? And then I have a kind of like a final question for you all. Just a very selfish but final question. So some of you are new to my space. Some of you probably haven't been in my space at all, and this is your first time, so it might be hard to answer this. But I'm curious how I can do better. Right? What can I do to make it less misogynistic? Right?
Honestly, like I feel like I'm not sure if I'm speaking for these guys because like they probably feel differently.
They'll disagree, I'm sure.
But
if they do,
I feel like that I appreciate it when I'm treated like, say, the odd Joe in the channel. You know, just equal playing.
Wait, the
field.
what?
Like the John Doe, I guess you could say. Like,
oh, okay.
The dude,
Like a human?
The dudes in the channel. Like, if say I come into a channel and people point out my gender or whatnot, more than likely they're actually gonna ask me to say no or Mojo Jojo for some reason. But like I just, like, if my gender's not pointed out, then it's fine. Like, I don't really give a shit.
That might be the accent more than like you being a woman. Is
yeah,
it? Is
no,
it,
they don't point out that. My
Australian?
point is they don't point out that I'm a woman. They point out my accent more than likely.
Yeah,
It's never about
I mean,
my gender.
the Brit bongers get that a lot too, right? Like the accent, which is like that's a whole other thing. I don't know if anyone is the extent to which anyone is actually really bothered by that, or if it's just a meme now or what. But yeah, I guess like we need more women in these spaces. I'm not sure how one can make that happen when these spaces are very combative towards women, and or like even just towards, actually they're just combative towards anyone, really. Like that's kind of like another thing, is that you would have to be like you have to have skin that is thick enough that you can take it if you're going to come into these spaces and debate. And like you have to be able to deal with people calling you names, or like you can't like get too invested in things, and if you do, then maybe you shouldn't be in this space. But then that is also kind of like a shitty thing to say. But I mean, I don't know, it seems like a lot of people engage in this space even though it is detrimental to their mental health. So I don't really think that saying that is necessarily
detrimental to mine. That's why I'm going to touch grass for the next 4 days. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Right?
Touching grass is good.
Are you going on vacation?
Well, I'm just taking 4 days off. It's not really a vacation. I just need time not doing panels every day so I don't go crazy. But yeah, what about the other three of you? How can I, specifically Wick, right, make my space better?
Can I barge in so I can build off of what she said?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. I just like I think it's a really valid point that like the most important thing we need is like more women and more representation of like different types of women as well, in these spaces. But I think that
Katie, I hate to interrupt you. I hate to interrupt you, but there's something there. So, as me, Wick, a panel host, one of the accusations that sometimes comes across my desk, and I see, is that I am trying to harass or be weird to women because I specifically will reach out to women to be on my show, right? I will specifically seek out women that I think are interesting to bring them on my show. And every once in a while, I'll see people claim, oh, Wick's just being weird to women. There's a reason he asks women to be on this panel. You know what that is. Nudge, nudge, nudge. So how do I avoid?
Yeah, but that's the
stuff
same
like
thing as
that?
if you were looking for trans representation, or even like a POC representation. Then people would say that you're racist. It's just like an inability to engage with the fact that there is a difference in representation, and if you don't actively look to seek that out, you're not going to get adequate representation. So like,
yeah, I was gonna say, who's making these claims? Is it like
Oh, no one takes these people
women,
seriously.
or is it
It's
just
usually other
random
men.
dude?
It's usually other
Okay,
men. That,
yeah, that's why it's the simp thing again, or
yeah,
you just want to fuck the yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Kitty. Go ahead.
Ignore
please.
it.
I just
had
to.
So just to build up on that, with the representation, it's also like what you brought up about the mental health and needing to have thick enough skin for this space, because it is like toxic in a lot of ways. I think there's a point to it, but the thing is, I think people can have thick skin in different ways. And this space only accepts one type of way of dealing with the toxicity, as long as it looks like my version of mental health, as long as it looks like my version of a woman being well adjusted, then that's all that matters. And it's like, that's why some women get called crazy and unstable, and some women who mimic Destiny and act like Destiny and talk like Destiny and chud don't. It's just very simple. If you have certain mannerisms, then and you appeal to a more masculine or like aesthetic, which is talking about feminism right now, or the male gaze, that's part of it. So if we don't accept, I think you can have thick skin and be vulnerable, and I think that this space cannot accept those two things is the issue. But then yeah, it's a personal choice, and I don't know how to incentivize more women to come to that space when that's what you have to deal with.
Think that's true, although I mean you'd have to give examples of instances of people who are being like vulnerable, because there are lots of like things that I think, like, there are people who kind of like, it seems like they just live on Twitter, and Twitter is a very combative space because I'm on there, but I'm not that invested in it. It doesn't mean that much to me. I just think it's funny, which is probably the best way to engage with Twitter. Like, I will argue with people because I work from home. So like I argued with a bunch of leftists the other day. I'll argue with transphobes. Like, it's entertaining. But when people call me names or whatever, like, I don't care that much, because it's just fucking Twitter, and they're just names on the other end of my screen, and there's no, so I don't necessarily, but some people take it really personally and they get super invested in it.
That's not
it's
a
hard
gender
to not
thing.
do that.
That's not a
yeah,
gender
no,
thing,
it's
though, right?
absolutely not a
And
gender
just
thing.
to address a couple things, right? Let's some housekeeping. So thank you for the $5, 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙𝖘𝍍𝖔𝖜 to say question. Thoughts on 𝕍𝖎𝖙 hiring Grace as a poster child to just add women instead of getting women who have skills that would contribute to 𝕍𝖎𝖙. Don't know anything about that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Question. Thoughts on 𝕍𝖎𝖙 hiring Grace as a poster child to just add women instead of getting women who have skills that would contribute to 𝕍𝖎𝖙. I
don't hire Grace just to add face, please.
Wait, hold on. Do they mean Grace? Yeah, 𝕍𝖎𝖙 is an esports team.
Yeah,
do you mean
yeah, I think they mean Grace Thorpe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, do they mean Grace Thorpe? I don't think they do. I think this is about something else.
I have no idea.
I'm not familiar with this drama.
But also, people in chat, if you want to get me to take my shirt off, if you give me enough money, I will. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Enough subs. Let's say if I can get 10 gift subs in chat, I will, or $50 worth of super chats, I will take off my shirt. There you go.
I will take off my shirt if you get 50 subs in this chat.
I don't think you can.
We'll make it deeply inappropriate.
I don't think you can.
I will take off my
I'm
shirt
just kidding.
too.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I have a
please
full
don't
tank top
get me.
underneath.
I will
I'm just
not
covered in pet.
Don't get
take
me
off
banned.
my shirt.
Please.
Some of us will take off our shirts and some of us will not. How about that?
But anyway,
don't be such a Catherine Knight, Bambi. How dare you?
Okay. I want to get back to the topic at hand, though. Like, I want to give both B and Joey, who haven't had a chance to answer the question, a chance to answer the question. And the question being, what can I, Wick, specifically do in my space to make it better?
Oh yeah, don't
I
read
love-
out misogynistic super chats when you're doing feminism panels.
What do you
That's
mean?
it.
That's how I make my money.
Exactly what
He's
you asked me.
read
I
out the
actually
super
love your
chats.
space, and I actually usually agree with a lot of what you say, Wick. I think
okay.
that maybe one thing that you can do
Please.
is probably have a little bit like maybe one day have an open conversation with men, one day have an open conversation with women with no like general like topic, and see where that kind of general like that conversation goes. Maybe that can kind of
The panel of kings,
you know.
where I just have
Mhm.
men on.
Well, I would probably want to say kings or queens because, like, I hate like you go girl and you go queen. Like, I can't stand that. But
Yes, queen.
yeah.
I just
But
think
like,
it's
just
a bit
you
of
know,
fun having titles like that. Like, it's
mean,
not that
like-
deep.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't like it. But yeah. But like, just having like a all female, like, just let's see where the conversation goes. Let's see where where the male kind of you know, free thought goes. And just have a panel of all different types of people, just different types of guys, different types of girls. And if you ever want anybody, I'm always, I would always love to like join your panel. So I'm
I'll
always
reach out
here.
again. The one time you were on was excellent, and we'll absolutely reach out again. And obviously, if I have opens, people are welcome to join anytime. I want to give B a chance to answer the question.
The only thing I think you need more of is my dog Betty White. Other than that, I'm not really sure like what more you could do, to be
No,
honest.
Show us the dog.
Wait,
I
Betty,
love Betty White. I love Betty
Betty
White.
White. Come here, good girl. Wait, maybe we'll go sit next to her.
Betty
We'll see if
White.
that doesn't like wake her up a little bit more.
We're on it.
Hi.
exactly.
Oh, did I wake you up from a nip nap? I'm not sorry about that, but still. Hi. Do you want to come say hello? Hi.
Aww.
Oh, do you want to come say hello?
Can you please scritch them underneath their chin?
Oh, yes. Would you like a little chin scratch? Actually, let me take your collars off, and that way I'll give you a big scratch. Oh, yes. We'll let
Wick,
you go
you
fully
can take
nude.
your collar off too. Take your collar off so we can scratch
Yes.
you under.
There you go.
Collar?
Oh,
What
Betty,
color are we
this
even
is the
talking about?
this is the only sexist content I really welcome. Like these are the only naked ladies I'd really like to see. It's naked doggos.
What
Please,
kind of
don't do
dog?
that face.
What kind of dog is she?
She's a black mouth cur. Or just like a hound mutt mix, I think. Yeah.
She looks
Yeah,
like
good
Charlie
girl.
from All Dogs Go to
Vaguely
Heaven.
racist.
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think about this, Betty? What do you think about feminism and sexism? Are you in general just over it?
Well,
Are you a
Yeah.
manonist? Are you a manonist?
Are you a
Betty?
manonist? Yes. No, you're just a slut for anyone who pets you. We honestly need to work on that for you.
you know what?
It's very slutty.
I
I
don't think you
understand.
should be slut shaming your dog.
True.
Because
Okay.
Slut shaming your dog.
Please
Okay.
slut shame
I think
other
we have-
women, please. No
I think
animals.
I think we've
Look at
reached.
your dog like that.
We've
why is it
reached the
okay for
terminal.
the cat but not the dog?
My cat is
Hasta
a
luego.
dude.
I do call my cat a bitch all the time. So there's
Beautiful,
that.
wonderful.
I actually had a cat whose name was Bitch when I was a kid.
Okay, I'm calling it. I'm throwing a flag. Throwing an audible. Gang, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need,
Me too.
I need more
I don't
food,
want to go to
or I'm
bed
gonna be hanksy.
because I
I'm gonna be
had a
angry.
little drink about an hour ago.
Fuck,
But
Wade.
it's all
We're
right.
going
We
to
are
raid.
rebelling. No.
We're gonna raid someone new, actually. Someone we've never raided before.
Thank God.
𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙. So I don't know what we're gonna get. I've been trying to raid new people, broaden my horizons. So
Gone
when you
right
get
to
there,
my head,
what I need you to do is
wherever
I need you to
we
spam my
may
emotes if
go,
you got them,
on
okay?
land or
And I
sea
need you
or
to tell
foam.
them it's a hate raid, okay? That's what you need to do. And gang, remember, no stream tomorrow. We're taking the week off unless something big happens, which I have to talk about, right? Which it might, but we'll see. So last chance to give me donos. Last chance to give me money for the week, and I could really appreciate that. So thank you.
Take off your
thank you,
shirt.
Thank you.
Take it off.
If
Then we'll give you money.
If you give me money, I'll take off a shirt. But no pay, no
I
play.
don't want to sexually objectify
no pay,
you.
no play. Okay.
Maybe you've just got to show them a little bit of your wrist action, like or
Really?
Or
your
Yes,
do
shoulder.
like a side thing. Do like just lift your maybe
little-
pull your underwear up a bit. You need to up your game.
I just don't know how to do this. Okay. Anyway,
I
will
can't
teach you.
believe the what's the like
objectification.
what is it when we
sexualization.
objectify males?
Yeah, it's okay.
Sexualize, yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
the
consent.
sexual female gaze.
For females, what's the
I consent.
counter?
I consent.
The female
But for
gaze,
now-
you mean?
No. We've got misogyny, right?
Misandry.
Misandry. I've gone blank. It's like early days for me.
Bye-bye,
I'm
everyone.
abandoned,
everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now that they're gone. No, thank you again for stopping. It's nice to meet you, Bambi and Kalinda. That's it.
Nice to meet you
Okay,
too.
nice to meet you. Anytime you guys want to come on my show, more than welcome. For now,
Sure.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
See you later.
I'm gonna go